We're going to start today with a land acknowledgement. We'd like to acknowledge that today's program is being presented from the unceded homeland of the Wetaskiwin, Mi'kmaq, and Passamaquoddy. This region is covered by the Peace and Friendship Treaties of 1725, which did not include the surrender of land and resources, but instead recognized Wetaskiwin, Mi'kmaq, and Passamaquoddy title and established the rules for what was to be an ongoing relationship between nations. We also recognize that there can be no reconciliation until we all know the reality regarding the treatment of Indigenous peoples in Canada, including the residential schools and day schools. Thank you. Good morning. My name is Nicole Smith, and I'm going to be your host today for day one of Respectful Workplace Week 2025. I am the owner of Nicole Smith Conflict Management. I'm a consultant who specializes in workplace conflict management and have been working in this field for in the sort of realm of 15-ish years. I'm a qualified mediator with ADR Institute of Canada, and I'm a big participant, big proponent of Respectful Workplace Week. I have been involved for almost 10 years and have been heavily involved in organizing this event for a long time, and am so pleased to see New Brunswick taking on that legacy and running with the great program they put forward this week. This week, I'm so excited to see that we not only have new topics that we haven't really covered before that expand what it is to be what we mean to be when we're talking about Respectful Workplace Week. Topics like artists and occupational therapy and neurodivergence, and yet at the same time have some really long-term and trusted collaborators presenting for us this week as well. Collaborators like WorkSafe and the Human Rights Commission and Kelly Van Buskirk. So it's a great agenda this week. For the next 2 days, we're really excited. A few housekeeping items before we get started. This event is being hosted on Zoom. So just in case you aren't familiar with the platform, because of the size of the audience today, your camera and microphones have been turned off for the event. We won't be able to see you or hear you. But if you want to send us questions for your speakers or a comment, please use the Q&A function that you'll find at the bottom of your screen. Anything you submit through Q&A will come to me, and I can either answer your question directly or I'll pass it on to our speakers during the questions period at the end of the presentation. You can also use the Q&A function to send questions about any technical issues or logistics, and someone from our team will reply to you privately to help you address that. We do want to hear from you, so please feel free to use that Q&A function and send us your questions. You can also use the reaction button to applaud if you feel so inclined. If you're here now, it means you're registered for the full day today, so you can come and go as you please. You can always rejoin our programming using the same link you used this morning. If you're also planning to attend tomorrow, which we hope you do, just make sure that you are also registered for day two. There are separate registration links, and you can find both on our website. If you want us to send you a link for day two, please just write it in the Q&A and we'll take care of that for you. I know that even though I'm hosting today, I'm coming as a participant tomorrow because I'm excited for those presentations as well. We also have simultaneous translation for all of today and tomorrow. You can turn it on using the drop-down menu at the bottom of your screen. Thank you so much to our translators for being here and helping us out today and tomorrow. Some of today's sessions will be recorded, so you may see recording notices popping up now and then. Some sessions won't be recorded, so if there are any presentations today that you really want to see, we encourage that you try to attend them live. Finally, at the end of the day, you're going to see a quick survey pop up. Please take this opportunity to give us feedback on the program. It'll take you no more than 2 minutes to complete, and it helps us a lot. It's been so vital throughout the years. You know, Respectful Workplace Week has gone on for over 10 years, and it's been so vital for us to get feedback from a number of repeat participants, especially to hear what kind of programming and what kind of material interests you. So without further ado, I'm going to go straight to our first presentation. I'm really excited about this presentation on status of the artist in New Brunswick. It's such an interesting way to expand and really think about the workplace from an artist perspective. We have two presenters for this session. We have Julie Whitenecht. She is a professional artist cultural advocate, and experienced arts administrator with over a decade of leadership in New Brunswick's creative sector. She earned her Bachelor of Fine Arts from Mount Allison University in 2014 and has served as Executive Director of ArtsLink New Brunswick since 2018. Julie also holds certificates in arts management from UMB and advocacy strategies from OCAD University. Passionate about fostering sustainable arts ecosystems, she champions advocacy, research, and collaboration to advance arts and culture across the province. And we have Christiana Myers. She is the status of the Artists Project Executive with the Government of New Brunswick's Department of Tourism, Heritage, and Culture. In her role with the Arts and Culture Branch, she works on advancing a variety of initiatives that support professional artists and strengthen the culture sector. An experienced curator, writer, educator, and artist, Christiana has held the positions with a range of cultural organizations, including the New Brunswick Museum and the New Brunswick College of Craft and Design, where she continues to teach. She is also pursuing a PhD in art history at the University of Glasgow. So I want to thank you so much and welcome Julie and Christiana. I will turn the platform over to you.
Thank you. Thanks, Nicole. And welcome, everyone. We are really excited to be here to discuss the new status of the Artists Act and also general um, information about how artists work and working with artists. I'm just going to share my screen. Great. As Nicole said, I'm Julie Whitenick. I'm the Executive Director of ArtsLink NB, and we are a provincial arts advocacy organization. We do policy development and research program and professional development for artists and cultural workers. Um, and we have a number of initiatives in working with partners in the province, including sitting on the Status of the Artist Committee and working with Christiana on the next phase of the Status of the Artist Act. And uh, so the way this presentation will go today is I'm going to go over a number of um, kind of basic information about working with artists and how artists work. And then Christiana is going to give an overview of the new status of the artists legislation and the work that's being done going forward. Artists are workers and an important part of the labor force. They have similar needs and concerns as all workers and also some unique considerations. So we will look at the realities of the workplaces, respectful practices that you may want to consider if you're engaging with artists in your work, and how the status of the artist legislation will hopefully bolster these relationships moving forward. So why this matters? For a lot of reasons and considerations, it's important to have healthy workplaces for everyone. It encourages retention. You want respect in the workplace. It encourages positive output and innovation. And this is true for artist workspaces as well. Artists contribute to our communities in really meaningful ways. They also are important contributors to the economy. And they are skilled workers who have rights, but are not always seen as part of the labor force. When we treat artists with respect, so contracts, fair pay, healthy and safe environments, we are strengthening both the arts and workplaces across New Brunswick. So artists as professionals is something that we in the arts sector discuss quite a bit. Most artists have unique types of work scenarios. So most are self-employed or they juggle multiple jobs. They are pursuing grants or contracts. And they can dip in and out of their careers over time. Artists statistically have higher levels of formal education in New Brunswick, more than the general labor force. there are 1,100 or 11,300 cultural workers in New Brunswick. That's 2.7% of workers, which seems maybe like a surprising number, but it's actually below the national average of 4.4%. And in this number of cultural workers includes 2,700 professional artists, which is 0.6% of the labor force, which is below the national average of 1%. And just as a note, this is um, the amount of artists in the labor force is not an accurate number. It is one that's quite a challenge to capture because artists' work don't always show up as their primary method of income, which is what the census captures. So the suggestion is this number of 2,700 is quite low. It's likely 2 or 3 times that. Uh, and further to that, the contribution to the New Brunswick economy is significant. Culture has a direct impact on the GDP of 1.17 billion. This is similar to utilities, wholesale trade, agriculture, forestry, fishing and hunting, and the energy sector. This is often a surprising factor, but is something that should be considered when we are investing in arts and culture, that there is a return on this investment. There are a lot of misconceptions that artists face in the work that they're doing. A lot of times they are given opportunities that do not have payment, and the idea is that exposure is good for their careers. This happens a lot for artists entering the workforce early in their career, but happens throughout. Um, there's an idea that their work is flexible or that they are available, and because they can work whenever and they work around their other jobs. This is actually a negative for artists in that they are working constantly and all the time. And it is not necessarily standard that they receive contracts or there's fair agreements that go along with the work that they're doing. So when you're inviting an artist in, you're inviting a worker with rights, responsibilities, and very specific professional realities that can mirror people in other work spheres, but are often unique. So one of these things is they have multiple workspaces. So if we're thinking about an artist, they work in classrooms teaching, or they have studio spaces. They may be working in stage or community centers. Um, Even the kitchen table. Often artists will work from home in whatever space that they are given. And thinking about what the health and safety or the insurance around those things are is very different than other work fields. The hours are irregular. There are hard and loose project deadlines. There's often nights and weekend performances or obligations. So thinking about this affects childcare needs, other income potential, work-life balance, burnout, these irregular hours and project-driven income streams are not conducive to necessarily a healthy balance. A lot of the work that artists do is what we call invisible work, so prep work, which is administration. It's often unpaid, and artists can access very few safety nets that traditional workers have. So they don't really have access to EI or other benefits. There aren't HR individuals for them to connect with, and their incomes are low. So they cannot. It's not always cost effective to engage private entities for these things, for this administration. And as I mentioned before, invisible work is something in the status of the artist that we talk about quite a bit when considering um, contract elements and fair dealing with artists. And this is a very normal thing for artists to do, and is also a necessary thing for artists to do, this invisible work in the current system. So invisible work includes all the time spent on activities that precede the presentation or the delivery of the final artistic product. It is required to earn the income to obtain a job or to work on a contract. This can be the research, the heavy amount of research beforehand. This can be the networking and maintaining those relationships. There's a tremendous amount of administration that goes along with artistic work and contracts. Um, and this is all unpaid activity. As I mentioned before, the social safety net isn't necessarily available to artists. And part of the work with the status of the artist we've been looking at is physical safety in the workforce. And we've been working with WorkSafe to discuss how the initiatives and the resources they have could be made available or targeted or marketed to artists, because there are templates and outlines for lots of different a variety of work types uh, that could be adapted for arts work as well. Um, and having spaces think about artists as workers means that they may have to make some considerations about their own insurance or liability, and extend that for the employees essentially in the spaces. Um, Again, psychological safety is very important and is one of the topics being discussed over the next 2 days. Thinking about access to resources for artists in these atypical workspaces, and who can they turn to when things happen, and with also considering low incomes and lack of access to private support. Cultural safety, respecting traditions and protocols is something that should be heavily considered. Um, and fair pay and contracts act as safety net in a sector with limited formal protections. I'm going to touch on a few elements of respectful practices before we move on to the Status of the Artist Act, just to give a bit of a primer to the work that's being done now. So when you're working with professional artists, having clear contracts and agreements is really helpful for both you as the contractor and the artist as the um, or like as the client and the artist. It really sets expectations and protects both sides. And this is not necessarily the norm in artist work to have contracts. You do sometimes with larger and more established arts institutions, but not always with those familiar with the art sphere. Fair rates is always going to be a concern, but there are resources and fee schedules that many artists unions and entities put forward, and is a good place to look if you want to benchmark whatever work it is that you are hoping to engage with. Copyright considerations is a very large um, issue in the arts. Artists are often unaware of what their copyright rights are, and that they can license some copyright of their work, but other types of copyright are lifelong. Um, Clients outside of the art sphere don't necessarily know all of these rights or what fees may be associated with some types of licensing. Um, and artists, because of low incomes, often can't pursue like a lengthy legal battle when it comes to ensuring that their copyright is adhered to. And another uh, main type of contract that an artist may run into is the request for donations. Visual artists are often asked to donate work for silent auctions or for fundraising for other people. Um, when asked to do this, it's seen as like a good marketing activity, but it doesn't actually return any money to the artists. So it's not really um, beneficial from the artist perspective. There are best practices around when asking for artists to donate work, that there should be a return of a certain percentage to the artist, or the artist should be given the option to determine the percentage for donation versus for to cover costs. And ensuring that you have contracts and agreements for all elements of these things would ensure that you've built trust with an artist and you avoid any misunderstandings going forward. Things to consider is the respecting the artist's process. So allow creative input and control where possible, and a contract can outline what this relationship would look like. Uh, and would outline the schedule and time commitments. I have done many jobs for people where there's often last minute changes, or oh, could you just add this one more thing in? And those things should be considered. The amount of time and uh, effort that may go along with those things, maybe outside of the contract that you've originally signed. There needs to be proper acknowledgement and credit for the work, for the artist's work, because that's ultimately in scenarios what you have purchased is connection or shared networking with this artist and their network. It's part of the compensation, so ensuring that you've spelled their name properly, or they're collected properly, you have their pronouns, you've acknowledged appropriate cultural acknowledgements, and in all material and in perpetuity. And then valuing the invisible work or the IP in um, in considering what you have received, and ensuring that you have a clear understanding of copyright versus ownership, licensing versus selling of those rights. And finally, before we move on to the status of the artist, just to touch back on ethics and donation and asking artists to work for free. These requests come constantly and definitely undermines the stability of an artist's professional practice and their ability um, uh, to work. Requests should be voluntary and transparent with no repercussions if declined. You can explore alternatives, reducing rates, providing honorarium, sponsorship to cover fees. There are best practices and guidelines around this if this is something that you're thinking of doing. And just remember that exposure alone does not pay the bills. And so we looked at a bit of the day-to-day practice for artists, and Christiana has been working on the status of the artist work for a number of years. And moving forward, the province has, by enacting this new bill, has taken steps to address the issues that artists face in their work through this legislation. And Christiana will walk us through the new status of the artist framework and what that means for fair compensation and recognition for artists.
Thanks, Julie. Yeah, so I might just take a really quick step back and just talk about what status of the artist is and kind of where that terminology comes from. So in 1980, UNESCO issued a recommendation that would recognize artists as workers deserving of fair conditions, professional recognition, and legal protections, which essentially stems from everything that Julie was just saying. And this kind of initiated a movement of status of the artist acts or similar sorts of legal protection. So the Canadian Status of the Artist Act was established in 1992, which applies to the federal government and essentially recognizes artists' rights to organize and negotiate via association. And then that has spun off into different provinces having legislation, and the kind of value mentality of status of the artist being applied in different ways and enforced through different supports and different mechanisms. So in New Brunswick, it's been a long road to get to where we've gotten to now, and many of the associations, ArtsLink included, and Pay and Bay, Maui Art, and Arts NB have been involved in getting status of the artist where it is now. So in 2014, there was a status of the artist forum, and the task force was established. In 2021, the report that task force wrote was published, and that report includes 24 recommendations, some of which refer to legislation and others that are more related to programs, policies, funding, research, and awareness. So that support kind of other aspects of the socioeconomic status of artists. In 2023, the Transition Committee, which is the committee that Julie spoke about earlier, was established, which includes 7 government departments and 4 professional artist associations. And that's also when I started. And then in May of this year, the Status of the Artist Act was introduced, and we're currently working on regulations in anticipation of proclamation. So of the 24 recommendations that are included in the report, we're kind of focusing on 5 today. So the 5 that are accomplished through legislation are listed here. And now we can get into the act itself. So this is kind of the landscape of Status of the Artist Acts in Canada. So there are 6 provinces that, well, 7 now that have Status of the Artist legislation. Ours is certainly aligned with that of other provinces, but we are very well positioned to have one of the most meaningful and impactful acts. So some are purely declaratory. Ontario's is essentially a definition and recognition of the value of artists. Quebec's is very strong and has a lot of union relationships, and others have some varying degree of the same types of reach that ours will have with regard to contracts and fair pay, though ours will be one of the only ones that reaches to organizations funded by government beyond just government departments alone, and has the detail where it outlines all of the required elements of contracts and refers to a specific list of fee schedules. So these are the key components of the New Brunswick Status of the Artist Act. So there are a list of declaratory statements that outline the government's commitment to the socioeconomic status of artists and valuing their work. We then have the professional artist definition. And if you're curious, a professional artist is a person who actively engages for remuneration in the creation, interpretation, or performance in any artistic field, has received specialized training in the artist discipline or equivalent training, or has traditional knowledge in that discipline, and is recognized by the artist's peers. So this kind of speaks to that element of professionalism where when you are paying for artwork, whether it's visual art or performance, that you're not just paying for the product itself, but you're paying for the years of experience and education and skill development that has gone into that. And then the requirement for thorough contracts and the requirement to pay in accordance with industry standard fee scales. And down there in the bottom corner, there's the recognition of the artist associations in New Brunswick, in this case, ArtsLink, Pay and Bay, and Maui Art, to accredit artists in accordance with the Act. And then the kind of legislative bits about review and authority. And there are 3 elements of regulation. So the list of contract elements, this will be elaborated on a little bit and be one of the pieces of regulation that accompany the act. So this list was developed initially and included in the report, and it's been kind of expanding and being refined, but it essentially includes the elements that are required to protect an artist when they're signing on to an opportunity. So the names of those involved and the duration of the contract, the nature of the work, financial details like how many payments, method of payment, when the artist will be paid, any termination conditions of if the contract is canceled by the artist or by the engager, dispute resolution mechanisms if something were to happen and that needs to be resolved, copyright licensing and use, and any health and safety insurance and liability inclusions and exclusions. So a big thing with the, oh, sorry, Julie, a big thing with the contracts is that a lot of the time things are going unsaid or unaccounted for. So this isn't necessarily to say that every engager needs to provide every one of these items, but it's to have it clearly spelled out, so that the artist knows what they're signing up for and has that kind of platform to negotiate for changes if they choose to do so. And the next part, which I feel like always probably raises the most questions because it's maybe the most detailed and technical, is artist unions and associations. And so featured on the slide here, broken down by artistic discipline and kind of area, are the associations that are certified under the status of the artist registry, that's associated with the federal act. And there are more associations on that certified list, but these are the ones with fee schedules. And these are the ones that our act will be referring to, that engagers should look at when they're determining what rate of pay. And so most of these are recommended minimums. So certainly artists can be paid more, they can advocate, negotiate for more. And these are established as starting points for particular types of opportunities. And so the way that these standard rates are set is typically a combination of member consultation. So many of these are associations with a membership base. So they speak to those members, do surveys, find out kind of where the barriers are, what standard rates people are getting, what they feel is fair. They also refer to sector research and benchmarking. So looking at what arts councils are paying, what other jurisdictions might be paying. They take into consideration cost of living and inflation adjustments. So they do get updated, some annually, some every 3 to 5 years or so. And some of them have relationships with legal frameworks or unions. So there are sometimes questions about how you can ensure that you're ethically hiring an artist, even if they're not unionized. And so our act will function in sort of a required parity type of way, which is common in other jurisdictions as well, where if an artist belongs to that union, then they would still get all of the benefits that would be associated with that. But what the act is saying is to use the principles of those union agreements to guide any opportunity for an artist. So if a union develops a fee schedule for its members, basically what our act is saying is that that fee schedule should be referred to whether that artist happens to be in the union or not. And in the case of many unions, the numbers of artists that belong to them in New Brunswick are on the lower side, just because it can cause complications with certain opportunities if they're beholden to only do union jobs, like with in the film industry, for example. So we kind of have a best of both worlds situation where we're referring to the principles of it. And then these fee schedules are also take into account categories and tiers. So things like the scope of the project, how long it's happening for, the size of the budget of the organization, sometimes the level of experience of the artist, and different things like that. So this is just about as simple as it can be broken down into some of the standout fee schedules. So there's CARFAC is a common one that sometimes people have heard of. It's probably the most frequently updated and has a lot of breakdown of those different types of categories and tiers. So that works for visual arts and craft practices. The Canadian Actors Equity Association has fee schedules for theater, dance, and opera. The Canadian Federation of Musicians has recording fee recommendations. ADISC has music performance recommendations, and then the Professional Writers Association has recommendations for literary arts. And so these come with varying degrees of specificity that an engager could expand on. But there's a few just sort of high level examples of a small opportunity, a medium opportunity, and kind of a high profile opportunity there, just so you can see across how it sort of breaks down. And I'll just add that we are in the process of developing a toolkit that will be launched when the act is proclaimed, and will be continually updated over time, that will include resources about how to navigate these fee schedules. It will have a list of contract elements and example templates of how engagers can structure fair contracts with artists, whether they are legally required to follow the act or simply want to make sure that they're treating artists fairly and following good hiring practices.
And just to give a summary or go over some key takeaways, well, I hope you take away with you, is that artists are professionals and should be treated as an important part of the labor force, and should be considered when discussing all types of labor related initiatives or developments. The respect for artists equals fair pay, credit, safety in the workplace, and recognition for their work. Ethical practices aren't extra things; they're foundational and important for sustainable arts ecosystem. And though there is much work to be done in New Brunswick to ensure that arts workspaces are healthy and equitable and fair, New Brunswick, especially through the Status of the Artist Act, is in a really interesting and exciting space to be leading the way in this work. And we're really happy that the act is passed and that we're moving forward with this work. And then I guess, are there any questions? And maybe I will stop sharing so that I can see people or.
Thank you so much, Julie and Christiana, for that presentation. It's so interesting to really flip our mindset and think about that shift of understanding artists to be workers. It's not that it's not true and obvious once you realize it. It's just, I think, not necessarily something that those of us who aren't working in the creative field think about. So I think that's really exciting and engaging. So the Q&A is open. If anyone has any questions, we've got 20 minutes before the next presentation. We've got lots of time for questions. A question that I thought of as we were really listening is, from your perspectives, what has been the biggest barrier to moving this legislation forward in New Brunswick?
Um, well, so I have sat on the status of the artists committee, so the task force that produced the original report since 2014. And there's just a tremendous amount of research that needed to be done and exploration around what it is artists are doing, what are they contributing, what are the barriers that they're facing. And so much of the work that was done leading up to the publication of the report really was diving into various subsectors of the arts. So when we're talking from a multidisciplinary perspective. So actors and writers and filmmakers, everyone. And they all have very unique needs as well. So the supports that they need within their own kind of cultural industry or subsector could be different from artists in other subsectors and very different from artists in the general labor force. And then understanding what programs artists who and other people doing gig work or who are self-employed or running small businesses, the barriers that they're facing and where that might align. So there was a tremendous amount of research done leading up to the publication of the report, and then looking at the report and analyzing what can we move forward with now and um, what should be done under the provincial jurisdiction, what should we be looking at from an association's advocacy point of view, addressing with the federal government, and what other things might be coming up that we can move forward. So there is a lot of momentum right now on this.
I think I would just add to that that art is kind of an inherently intangible, hard to pin down uh, idea. And so naturally, the professions and lifestyles and barriers that are faced by those who are doing it are similarly difficult to capture. So that research element has been huge, and but it remains very challenging to communicate the impact of acts like this, because each jurisdiction is so different, each discipline is so different. And um, as Julie said, even being able to find who the people are on the data side of things versus the human side of things is difficult. And we have the economic data, but capturing how much artists add to social well-being and health and the strength of communities is also very challenging. So when it comes down to competing for attention with other issues and priorities, we try really hard, but it is just this kind of unavoidably nebulous idea that has real true value, but sometimes the concreteness of that is a challenge to bottle.
It's so, as it sounds like what both of you are saying is you have this thing that is clearly true. Artists are workers, they are in the workforce, and yet the nature of their work makes it so hard to quantify that. And the people who are putting together programs and policy and legislation require quantification. They
Mhm.
require statistics, they require information to prove that this is a valuable thing to move forward on. And so it sounds like there's been so much work done and such a long amount of work. I mean, to be working on this since 2014 is so commendable. To be pushing this forward to say, okay, if we're going to have to quantify it, let's really sit down and take the time to do that? Because it sounds like it's not been an easy task.
Well, and not just looking internally in New Brunswick, but analyzing the other jurisdictions and how
Mhm.
their acts have impacted and made change or not made change, to
Mm,
ensure that ours was building off of that. And I think that the act put forward is extremely strong and has a lot of teeth to it and has a lot of potential for actual change and in the arts ecosystem, in the health of the ecosystem.
mhm, absolutely, to really take lessons learned from the places that already have the jurisdictions already have the acts.
Mhm.
So we've got quite a few questions that have come up. Really interesting is a question is, were or are Indigenous, Black, and racialized artists currently included in consultation or decision-making bodies for this legislation?
So on currently on the task force, are representatives from each of the government departments, provincial government departments, or maybe not each, but almost all of them, um, as well as kind of a work team from Tourism Heritage Culture, including Christiana, and uh, the kind of main arts associations in New Brunswick that cover multidisciplinary artists. So ArtsLink, its membership is artists of all disciplines, cultural workers, and arts organizations. Maui Art is a regional arts association of Indigenous artists in the region, but they're based in New Brunswick. And the APMB, which is the Canadian Professional Artists Association, as well as Arts NB, which is the arm's length granting body for the province. So what we do, and I can speak for our organization, is we consult with our members regularly about these issues, and our members come from all communities and linguistic groups and ages and disciplines, and the other associations do that as well. So specifically on the task force, that is what our role is meant to be. It's quite a large room of people, but through that and then the department's development of cultural policy, there are a lot of consultations involved in it,
Hmm.
to ensure that more voices are in the room. And because it's absolutely clear I can't know every nuance about everyone's needs in every sector, but we try to include as much as we can to make sure that we're moving forward with knowledge and inclusion.
Absolutely.
I can just add as well from an internal perspective that uh, we have done a lot of work with women's equality and other assessments related to diversity and inclusion. So, one example, and this also came from the committee as well, but the example of in the definition where an artist should have specialized training, but that doesn't need to be formal training. It can be traditional knowledge or a kind of self-teaching. So we at many turns we've taken into account the language of ensuring that it's not exclusionary to the barriers that a racialized or indigenous or disabled artists might encounter uh, in trying to become a professional.
Hmm. The category of specialized training isn't intended to mean academic or school based
Mhm.
necessarily.
Yeah, and historically, definitions for artists and accessing grants, historically that has been the case, until more recent years, where people have been, reviewing with kind of today's eyes, who might be excluded or who might not be
Hmm.
included, or how the definition maybe isn't coming from the artists themselves and coming from someone or an entity that might not quite understand all the factors that go into becoming professional artists.
Hmm. I suppose the this work is being done in the context of the historical reality of what is considered art or what has been considered art
Mhm.
being colonial or being coming from a perspective that is hierarchically prioritizing, cultures to exclude others and include some, right?
And there has been a lot of research in the last few years in New Brunswick specifically around kind of the demographics and barriers that artists are facing. We have been working with Hill Strategies,
Mm.
which is a research firm in Canada, kind of the arts research firm in Canada. And we've been able to get their attention on New Brunswick, and he has put out a number of profiles and statistical profiles and analysis of New Brunswick and how we are stacking up in the country and what our unique barriers and challenges or similar barriers
Mhm.
and challenges are. And it's really wonderful to have that up to date and current kind of profile or snapshot to be working from too.
Mhm. We have a question here, an interesting question about sort of financial support. So, is there a plan or policy to support artists when they go bankrupt or artists as they get older? Something like knowing that artists aren't going to have a pension.
That's one of the recommendations in the report, or I think a few of the recommendations kind of touch on that in the report.
Of
But
course.
both career transitioning for artists, social safety nets, ensuring that artists can be included in these programs, which are mostly federal programs. Like, they're not necessarily paying into a CPP when they're working contract to contract, or they can't access EI because they are self-employed and they can't pay both premiums of employer-employee to access special benefits. And looking at a portable benefits model. So all of these things that we've been looking at and hoping to move, well, we've been working to move forward on, would benefit artists, but also would benefit lots of workers. If we think about what the workforce is made up of now, there's a lot of people working gig work or contract to contract. And in New Brunswick, we do have an aging workforce, and the artists as a workforce mirrors that, if not is slightly older in demographic too.
Mhm. Yeah, a lot of them are related, as Julie was saying, to kind of federal advocacy, and general supports and things like that. The portable benefits model, the pooled registered pension plan was made available in New Brunswick in 2023 or early 2024. So that wouldn't work for every artist necessarily, but it is an option that they now have, and it as well as other non-artists who are self-employed. So it's kind of a balance of sorting out what would support artists specifically, like a career transition program or awareness type of exercise versus what is something that is shared as a challenge across um, other professions that might be intermittent or low paying.
Mm. Understanding where the artist and the self-employed person meet and cross over.
Mhm.
Mhm.
Mhm. There's an interesting question here that I think will be a great one to sort of wrap up the conversation. This has been so fascinating. And I have a million questions that I want to ask, but I don't want to take up all the time with my questions. So I'm going to ask this one from a participant. Um, do you believe that over time we will be able to recognize the impacts of the act?
Yes, yes, I do believe that. I think so. As the act stands now, is it affects contracts that the government is working on kind of right away. So there's Artists in Schools program. It will affect that, artists and residents in schools, and public art policy. So there are a few things that currently happen that will make immediate change. And then as the act is written in 2027, the arts organizations who receive funding from the government will also have to adhere to um, uh, these elements and will be provided with toolkit and resources and all of these things. And how activities work now is we're already reporting on things, so it's kind of aligning all of the reporting in a way, depending on you know, those things may already be reported on, but I think it will be easier to access this data and see that, oh, okay, so organizations are increasing their fees to artists, or there are more contracts happening. And for ArtsLink, we will absolutely be hearing from our members about whether or not this has changed anything, or somebody's not doing this, or where is this element resource being held. And I think that the New Brunswick Act really does have measurable elements to it.
Yeah, I think we're developing a measurement framework for those data pieces. But I also think that there's a big part of it that will be kind of that qualitative feedback from members, because when we talk about things like invisible work, an artist's income might not change that much, but they might not be burning out to the same extent, or they might be getting paid more per hour for all of the work that they're putting in, rather than overworking and ending up like in the red essentially. So there's it's about increasing their incomes hopefully, but it's also about increasing the value of the work that they're doing, so that they have that balance and have those other socioeconomic types of supports that will improve their quality of life as well.
Yeah, it sounds like there's part of it that is going to also be about the qualitative. Are they being bombarded with requests for donations of art pieces, or are they receiving those requests in a more respectful way that puts more value on the work that they are doing? Are they going to be feeling safer in the workplaces they're going into? Are they going to feel more capable of advocating for a contract or asking for a contract? Some of that is going to be quantifiable as it moves forward. But it sounds like some of these steps are actually going to be implemented very quickly and move forward in a very tangible way, as you were saying, Julie, about GNB is going to immediately have to start following these rules,
Mhm.
right? And GNB certainly I expect is probably a large employer of artists in the province, as GNB is a large employer of every category of
Mhm.
folks in the province typically. So it sounds like it's as your associate member, as the members of your task force who are artist associations have been working on this really hands-on with you, it makes sense that their members are now going to be starting to expect these provisions to be respected by people coming to them for commissions, or coming to them for artistic pieces or artistic performances.
Mhm. Yeah, GNB is going to be the example of what to follow by beginning this way. And the fact that there will be these concrete resources and clear guidelines put forward, I think will make it easier for all organizations or initiatives or projects to engage with artists, because it is kind of was this big question mark before, is how much do I pay them? What do I do? Where do I find them? Where are they? And now there will be something to point to, and hopefully reduce barriers on both sides for engaging in new contracts. And I would just like to say that ArtsLink NB is always here if anybody wants to have any questions about working with artists, or looking for an artist. That we're happy to be a point for that.
Thank you so much. And it sounds like folks will be able to, as this legislation moves forward, is approved as it is, as your toolkit is rolled out, people can access the toolkit through GNB, or they can access the toolkit through ArtsLink NB, which is going to be a
Mhm.
great space for people to access those resources. Wonderful. We're at 10:59. I want to thank both Christiana and Julie so much for your presentation. This has been really eye-opening for me. I hope that it's been really eye-opening and interesting. I think the number of questions we received has really shown that I only got to a portion of them. Thank you so much for coming and speaking to us this morning, for opening Respectful Workplace Week for us. I really appreciate it. I'm sure that we're seeing some applause on the screen, so I know that our participants do as well.
That's great. Thank you so much for having
Yeah,
us, and thanks everyone for their interest in this.
thanks very much.
we are going to move right along in our programming. That was such an interesting presentation. We have our next one about to start. Our next presentation is from WorkSafe NB. The folks from WorkSafe are going to introduce themselves, so I won't be introducing them, but I do want to say they're going to be presenting on psychological health and safety in the workplace. This is a very big topic that comes up. I work very frequently in mediations in workplaces or in harassment and sexual harassment, workplace harassment contexts. And psychological health and safety is a constant piece of that conversation. So I am so pleased to invite our speakers today from WorkSafe to take over and introduce themselves and jump right on in.
Wonderful. Thank you, Nicole. I see both of my team members are there right now, so I'm going to ask Matt to put the presentation up for us. Fantastic. Thank you. So good morning, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to spend some time with you today to discuss a very important topic, and that is the one of psychological health and safety in the workplace. My name is Angela Acott Smith, and I am a manager in WorkSafe NB's Health and Safety Services team. And I have the privilege of working with two health and safety consultants specializing in psychological health and safety, Melanie Polly and Matt Kalichuk. So Matt, over to you for your introduction, please.
Hi, good morning, everyone. So my name is Matt Kalichuk. As Angela mentioned, I'm a psychological health and safety consultant on the team. So I've been with WorkSafe MB just over a year now. My background is in post-secondary education. So I spent about 12 years at Mount Allison University working with students with disabilities on accessibility, accommodations, and I also did some mental health education at the university. So happy to be here with everyone today and looking forward to our discussion. Melanie.
Good morning, everyone. I am also excited to be here today. Melanie Polly. My background is social work. I worked for the Department of Social Development and Protection, both child and senior, and then did 12 years at Horizon Health, both as a clinical social worker and in leadership roles as a manager and a supervisor. So I'm happy today to talk to you about psychological health and safety in the workplace.
That's great. Thanks, Matt and Melanie. So we're pleased to be able to share the story of our new team with you, both its purpose and our progress to date. We'll start with a brief introduction to our topic and then more detail about how we at WorkSafe NB are walking the talk. We have a 3-year TPI prevention strategy that we're in the midst of rolling out. So we'd love to have your feedback on that. A key element of this strategy is a new consultation service that we have started to pilot with proactive employers in the province. And to my knowledge, we are among the first Workplace Health Safety and Compensation Commission in Canada to take this approach. So in that way, I guess you could say that we're not only walking the talk, but leading the way. But first, over to Melanie. She's going to help us set the stage for our time together today.
Well, thank you, Angela. So today we're going to look at psychological health and safety 101. So I would ask you to put on your thinking caps as we go through psychological health and safety 101. So when you hear the word psychological health and safety, what comes to mind? So take some time. I don't know, Matt, if we have a chat up that we can see, if people want to put in the chat, just what comes to mind when you hear psychological health and safety.
The Q&A is open for participants to put whatever they like into there.
So if you see a few answers here, so couple of comments here. So work and life balance, respect, transparency, and accountability. Again, work-life balance, ensuring accessibility needs are met.
So those are wonderful answers. Thank you very much for participating in our little chat. Work-life balance is a nice big one that we're going to talk about a little bit when we move forward. So yeah, we'll go to the next slide then. So workplace psychological health and safety, everybody has a story. So I'm going to take some time now to just share with you my journey through psychological health and safety. And then I'll get you at the same time to reflect on your own story with psychological health and safety. So 1 year ago, almost to the day, I made a major life decision to leave my 12-year career as a social worker in healthcare to come work for WorkSafe New Brunswick. My experience with psychological health and safety in the workplace was not ideal. After many years of working frontline social work, dealing with crisis, mental health, and emergencies, and then moving to a leadership role as a manager during a pandemic, I found my ability to cope with stress was starting to lessen. And my personal life, as well as my physical health, was being impacted. I started having difficulty sleeping, waking up with anxiety, and my blood pressure for the first time in my life was elevated. I did not want to burn out. However, due to the nature of my position, I was still required to work and lead, and any time off just ended up with me having more work to deal with when I returned. Something had to change. Putting myself first was step one. I started making my exit plan, stepped down as manager, which was extremely difficult because I worked hard to get there. I moved to a different program as a supervisor, and I started searching for a new career. Being a social worker was my life, my identity, but it was making me ill. And when you cannot maintain a work-life balance, life must be the first choice. So after a few interviews, I was lucky to find a new career with WorkSafe New Brunswick. And the best part, as a psychological health and safety consultant. So now I get to use my social work skills as well as my lived experience to encourage organizations to take a look at their employees and make psychological health and safety a goal in their workplace. So as we progress through our material today, I invite you to think about your story and how you can contribute to psychological safety in your workplace. Next slide. So we're going to talk about some key terms, and this is where you put your thinking caps on. Here are two definitions. These are provided to you to assist in understanding our definition of health and mental health, as there are often many interpretations out there. So when we say health, a state of complete physical, social, and mental well-being, and not merely the absence of disease or infirmity. Mental health, a state of well-being in which the individual realizes their own abilities, can cope with the normal stresses of life, can work productively and fruitfully, and is able to contribute to their community. Next slide, please. Here's some more key terms. So it is important to understand that psychologically healthy and safe workplaces do not happen by accident. It requires a commitment, not only from leadership, but from all staff to engage in and practice daily. This can be accomplished by creating what we have here, a psychological health and safety management system for workplaces, which is the goal of our team. It's the gold standard in psychological health and safety. So a psychologically healthy and safe workplace supports mental well-being, and actively prevents harm, intentional or not. Next slide, please. So, what is psychological health and safety? So these graphics distinguish between what would be considered psychological safety and what it is not by categorizing key behaviors and concepts that define a psychologically safe environment versus misconceptions or misunderstandings about it. So psychological health and safety, speaking without fear, getting support, training, and recognition, clear roles, expectations, and open communication. Psychological health and safety, not this. Saying whatever you want with no regards for others, avoiding hard conversations, especially when we're talking about leadership, and ignoring mental health for the sake of productivity. So any of you out there who have ever worked in a frontline capacity, we know about the stoic culture and how we just kind of have to keep on going for the sake of getting the job done. Next slide. So now we're going to talk about why investing in mental well-being pays off. So we all have an internal responsibility system, right? So generally, an individual is responsible for his or her own health and well-being. Workplaces, however, play a large part in our daily life and have a major, excuse me, an important role in maintaining and promoting our well-being. So when we look at legal considerations, currently, there are no legislative requirements around psychological health and safety in New Brunswick workplaces. However, sorry, the Occupational Health and Safety Act does speak to the employer's responsibility to take every reasonable precaution to ensure the health and safety of employees. For that reason, we say at a minimum, organizations should do no harm to workers' health. There is an increasing recognition in Canadian law that employers must minimize their contributions to workers developing mental health problems from workplaces with high psychosocial risks. So things to ponder. Health considerations. Well, I kind of touched on those a little bit with my own experience, but an unhealthy workplace may contribute to unhealthy levels of stress, which can directly contribute to any number of mental health conditions. But stress can also directly contribute to physical health conditions such as heart disease, diabetes, obesity, high blood pressure, or increase the risks of unhealthy lifestyle practices such as substance use and misuse, poor sleep, poor diet, linking now the physical to the psychological. So why investing in mental health well-being pays off? The business case, an unhealthy workplace can result in increased turnover, absenteeism, and presenteeism, reduced productivity, job satisfaction, engagement, and commitment. This creates challenges and costs money. Next slide. So psychological safety, pay now or pay later. So absenteeism and presenteeism. Absenteeism is when team members call in sick. They have migraines, they have back pain, not noting any mental health or psychological health concerns. Presenteeism, they may be physically at work, but they are not productive, mentally not available to handle everyday challenges or workload. Loss of productivity. Stress workers can't focus and your output suffers. Disability claims. Mental health issues lead to real physical health problems and costly claims, more of them and longer claims. Illness and injury, you start to see a rise. Grievances, complaints, all of this with legal and HR. Turnover rates. So increases as employees do not want to stay in an environment that does not support their mental health. And we're seeing that a lot more these days. Again, with legal implications, the Occupational Health and Safety Act, again, says take every reasonable precaution to ensure health and safety of your employees. Specific sections in the general regulation requiring workplaces to have a code of practice, policies and procedures to address potential violence and harassment. So all of this is up and coming and very important for workplaces to get a handle on, get their mindset to when we're talking about psychological health and safety. Next slide. So thriving workplaces start with psychological safety. So what happens when workplaces prioritize psychological safety? Well, you get motivated and engaged teams, right? Employees bring their best when they feel safe. Lower disability costs, prevention reduces claims and long-term expenses. You get fewer sick days, fewer absences, less stress. You got a lower turnover cost. You retain your top talent and you cut expensive recruitment cycles. I don't know how many times when you lose an employee, you have to go through that whole training process. Not only is it hard on your team, but it's hard on you as a leader, right? Getting someone up and running, getting the team comfortable with them. It's a lot, you know, and instead of looking at psychological health and safety and starting in the prevention phase of making sure everyone is on the same page and well psychologically. There's a stronger business case for stability. Happy employees equals long-term success. And the best thing, employer of choice. You want to be the employer of choice, the place where top talent wants to go and wants to stay. Angela?
Thanks, Melanie. Next slide, please. And that's exactly the type of workplace and employer that WorkSafe NB wants to be. So, over the past few months, our team has been engaging in a process where we've been looking internally at our own policies and our own practices. We've been surveying our team members and making changes so that we can walk the talk. As an employer, we at WorkSafe NB know that our most valuable resource is our people. And as such, we are on our own journey to integrate psychological health into our workplace safety program. Our goal is to be the leader in psychological health and safety. So here's a list that shows you just a short snapshot of some of the activities that our Director of Health, Safety and Wellness, Amanda Jenks, has been leading for us over the past few months. So I won't read through them all. I'll just pause for a moment, but you can see things there around promoting a workplace where mental health is everyone's responsibility. We've developed an internal psych health and safety resource toolkit that we're sharing with our team. We're providing awareness and training to our leaders. So lots of great things happening within WorkSafe NB. And because our vision at WorkSafe NB is, next one, Matt, to help you make New Brunswick the safest place to work. And this includes efforts to enhance psychological health and safety. I think there's a couple more clicks there, Matt. There we go. Our new team has engaged in stakeholder consultation last fall to gather feedback from a number of different groups. So we actually met face-to-face with our JHSC core trainers in the province. We then sent out an online survey to our 3 safety associations. And we also were able to touch base with some of the large employers representing trauma-exposed professions. And we asked all of them, what would they like to see us at WorkSafe NB offer as part of a prevention strategy? As a result, we prioritized 19 initiatives and 45 activities that we aligned with our 3-year TPI prevention strategy. So we have some of those highlights on this slide for you. What have we done to date? Well, last year, we spent some time building a strong foundation. We created our team of psych health and safety consultants, hired these 2 folks here. We ensured a consistent knowledge base, and we collaborated with our compensation colleagues to better understand the TPI data and determine where best to focus our efforts. We also connected with stakeholders, not only within WorkSafe NB and our province, but also across Canada, the different jurisdictions across Canada. We met with leading mental health practitioners and researchers to find evidence-based tools and resources that we can now share with all of you in New Brunswick. This year, year 2 of our strategy, we are raising awareness of our new team and the consultation services that we offer through presentations just like this one that we're doing today. We already have some proactive employers who have signed up for our consultation service. We also sponsored the first ever Atlantic Canada Mental Health Conference for First Responders, and that was in Moncton in June. We also will be launching a psychological health and safety online resource center later this fall. And we've been supporting some TPI prevention initiatives. So we provided some funding to help out the Atlantic Provinces Professional Firefighters Association with their peer support training. We offered a trauma-informed leadership training, and we're creating a grant funding program right now that will be rolling out next year so that we can continue to offer some support for programs just like this. So I've mentioned the term traumatic psychological injury and TPI a few times now. At this point, I'm going to turn things over to Matt so that he can define these terms and give you some more specifics about the work that has been done.
Okay, thanks, Angela. Thank you, Melanie. So, as Angela mentioned, our team is definitely concerned about psychological health and safety. Right now, our immediate focus is on the prevention of TPIs. So, let's just go over some important key terms here. So, when we're talking about a traumatic psychological injury or a TPI, it's a work-related psychological injury as a result of either experiencing or witnessing a traumatic event at work. So this could be exposure to actual or threatened death, serious injury, or sexual violence. Now, to go along with this is the concept of stoicism or a stoic culture. So if you go in the dictionary, you look up what does stoic mean or what is stoicism. A dictionary definition is the endurance of pain or hardship without the display of feelings and without complaint. Really common to see a stoic culture within first responder professions. So the idea that exposure to traumatic events, it's part of your job. You should just tough it out. Don't show your emotions, keep it to yourself. And if you can't do that, maybe you're not cut out for this profession. So that's not an uncommon viewpoint in some of these professions. Now, we don't want to paint stoicism as completely negative because in this context, we would say that being stoic is an adaptive response for first responders and public safety professionals because it really helps them to be effective at their job. They're the ones that are running towards danger when everybody else is running away. So it helps them to be focused to do what needs to be done. We would say the downside of being stoic or it being maladaptive is when the event is over and these individuals, these professionals, they return to their station or they go home to their families and they're not really able to process the traumatic events that they've been exposed to. So this is problematic or can be, and it can also contribute to stigma around mental health, which can shut down those conversations about mental health, and it can really prevent or delay individuals who are impacted from seeking treatment. So TPIs carry a very high cost, we would say, to the well-being of the individual, their family, their ability to return to work. In some cases, these individuals never return to work. So we would like to do better. We'd like to try to address this. And so to address this, we started actually looking internally at WorkSafe NB at some of our own trauma-exposed professionals at WorkSafe NB. And actually what we did is we did a case study of our investigation officers. So our investigation officers are those who respond to serious workplace accidents or fatalities. So we would say that these individuals are trauma exposed, but what we were noticing is that they weren't reporting TPIs. So this meant one of two things. It meant either that they were very stoic and they were not reporting TPIs, or something on the team is going really well, something is being done right. So we took some time with the manager to look at some of the psychosocial hazards that officers face. We looked at some of the mitigation procedures and the training that's done. We hired an external psychologist to look at this as well and to validate the results. And we found a couple of things. So first of all, we found that these officers are indeed very resilient individuals, and they're functioning very highly. They're coping very well. The other thing that we noticed is that they had a manager who is the description of what we would call a trauma-informed leader. So if you look at the box here, lifted on the left, we have different phases of the employment experience, from hiring to onboarding, orientation training, the tasks that they need to do, the pressures of on-call schedules, all those things in the context of a trauma-exposed profession. And then we looked at the control measures that the manager, Michelle, had put in place to mitigate the risks. And then we aligned these with the 13 psychosocial risk factors that are in the CSA's Z1003 standard, which we're going to talk about in a few minutes. We won't go through all of this, but like if we take, for example, if you look at the box that starts with job tasks, so the fourth one down, responding to a workplace fatality, for example, can expose an officer to several potentially traumatic events. An officer needs to get to the scene, they need to secure the scene, they need to take the lead in the investigation. This includes taking photos, interviewing witnesses, meeting with the victim's family in some cases. When we look at the next column over control measures, it shows some of the mitigation techniques that have been implemented to reduce the risk of an officer experiencing a TPI. So we know that the manager of this team has built relationships with his team members. He knows them really well. He even knows their family members. And that helps him to make really critical decisions, like knowing which officers to assign to which incidents. So, for example, if an injured worker was a young person, maybe the same age as one of the children of an officer, that manager, Michelle, would know that maybe that's not the best person to assign to that case, right? So that's just one example. Making sure that two officers are always assigned to an incident, the manager is always present in the event of fatality. And mental health resources, things like doing a debriefing with his officers during and after an event, making sure there's a psychologist on retainer, using external resources like PSPNet, which is an online therapy resource for public safety personnel. All of these things, all of these mitigation techniques are contributing to really positive outcomes in terms of TPI and mental well-being. So our goal is to help employers in trauma-exposed professions to get ahead of TPIs by providing upstream interventions to try to prevent or mitigate the risk of a TPI before they happen. So we have the graphic there. So we're trying to get to these individuals before they hit the rapids or before they go over the waterfall. Now, we do understand we can't prevent exposure to traumatic events for some of these professions, but we do know that there are some things we can do to identify the hazards before an injury occurs and to implement control measures. And so really what we're trying to do is we're trying to help organizations to create supportive environments that helps employees to prepare for and to process potentially traumatic events. So to that end, we are speaking to experts all across Canada to learn what are the best practices, what is evidence-based, what is evidence-informed, what are the tools that are out there for mitigating the risk of TPIs. So just a couple of examples, we're talking to Dr. Nick Carlton at the University of Regina. He is the lead researcher on what's known as the RCMP longitudinal study. And Dr. Carlton and his team have developed a protocol that's been shown to be effective in reducing TPIs in RCMP cadets. Now that research is being extended to other professions in the public safety professional personnel sphere. And so our team is discussing a potential collaboration with Dr. Carlton. We also have a relationship with Wounded Warriors and Dr. Tim Black with trauma resiliency training. It's really interesting. Dr. Black describes trying to hold down or suppress potentially traumatic events. It's kind of like trying to hold a beach ball underwater. that it wants to come up. It's going to come up eventually. And so Dr. Black and his team, they've developed a mental check model to help trauma exposed professionals understand and manage the effects of trauma in a comprehensive manner. So looking at everything that's going on with the individual, what's happening in my body, what emotions am I experiencing, what kind of thoughts am I having, what are my relationships like with other people. So much in the same way that to check and maintain our physical and mental health, the same way a police officer would maintain their firearm to ensure it has proper functioning. So this is some of the work that we've been doing. We've also been looking at organizational stressors because we know organizational stressors do play a role in individuals either enhancing or diminishing their ability to process and recover from potentially traumatic events. So that's not to say organizational stressors cause TPIs. We know that it's the traumatic events that are the cause, but they really can impact an individual's capacity to cope and process with that trauma. So examples of organizational stressors, things like shift work, low staffing levels, not being able to take breaks, not being able to take vacation time, or being called back in from vacation because of low staffing levels. Organizational stressors can also include things like moral injury or sanctuary trauma. So moral injury is emotional or psychological distress that occurs when somebody feels that they've been acted or been forced to act in a way that goes against their deeply held moral beliefs or values. Sanctuary trauma, it's the feeling of betrayal or harm experienced when an organization or a system that's supposed to provide support and safety, in fact, does the opposite. It causes distress, neglect, or even further harm. So all of these organizational stressors can be a major barrier to recovery if you don't have a supportive environment. So really, what it really comes down to, this becomes a question of culture. What is the culture of the work environment? And something that we've recognized and something that we're focusing on is that we know that leaders are really key to shifting away from that stoic culture to a more supportive or trauma-informed workplace. So to that end, we've developed some services that we're able to offer to employers and resources. So we will meet employers and workplaces where they're at, whether it's a trauma-exposed workplace or otherwise, to customize our services, to share our knowledge and what we know of the tools and resources that are available in order to best meet the needs of that workplace. So one of the tools that we use, so this is what's called the CSA Z1003 standard for psychological health and safety in the workplace. So this document was, it's actually the first of its kind in the world. We can really say that Canada is leading the way in this regard. It was developed in 2013. And it's really the guiding document that we're using as the basis of our work here. So this is a voluntary standard. It's designed to address psychosocial workplace factors. So you see those up on the screen here, kind of divided into 4 different groups. So it looks at things like the work culture, it looks at safety and protection, leadership and support, workload and balance, all those things. It makes recommendations and it helps us to see how these things can be addressed with risk mitigation techniques. So what kind of training can you put into the workplace? What are your incident reporting processes like? What policies should you develop to protect your workers? How can you enforce some of these things? So we're using this as the basis in addition to other tools, of course. So what the CSA standard really suggests is a collaborative approach. And so our small little team, we can offer guidance and support in the form of just general psych health and safety education and awareness. We can do an assessment of your existing psych health and safety practices. We can look at your data. We can suggest areas of focus. We can do a root cause analysis to identify hazards that you might have. And as I mentioned earlier, we're continuing to research and make connections with leaders in the field, and we can offer customized tools and resources. And if you're ready for a full psych health and safety management system, we can definitely provide guidance on that as well. So those are some of the things that our team is set up to do right now, but I do want to talk about some additional resources that are available through WorkSafe NB. because what I've talked about so far is just some of the goals and activities of us as part of a prevention team. But it's really important to mention that we have an engaged team that's working to provide additional resources to workers who have been injured. So we've been collaborating with our colleagues in compensation division as one WorkSafe NB. So one of the things is the Succeed program. So this is an evidence-based resource that's been created by WorkSafe NB to help address the long wait times for access to psychologists that are offering treatments for TPI. So we know that delays in starting treatment can lead to poor outcomes. So things like longer time off work, decreased mental health, decreased quality of life, and decreased likelihood of a timely return to work, which is so, so important. So the goal of the Succeed program is to provide immediate help to workers, even while their claim is being adjudicated, to help them to cope with common psychological reactions to workplace trauma, to get them support and guidance for maintaining a healthy daily routine of activity, and just really getting workers off to a good start so that they're better prepared for doing in-depth trauma work when they're connected to a psychologist, and also shorter TPI claim duration. We're also developing what we call a new care model that's designed to address the needs of workers experiencing a TPI. So we call this our new continuum of care, and really it's includes enhanced training for team members who are making decisions about the claims. So the goal is to provide faster response times and more effective care with the right services being provided at the right time for the injured worker. And we're also improving our access to quality providers. So our colleague Mike Boucher from Health Services, he's been working to increase access to mental health professionals by creating a network of contracted providers all across the province to provide services in both official languages. And this fall, almost 30 practitioners will be onboarded and will participate in a cultural competency training so that they're going to be ready to serve injured workers from all professions, including our first responders. So let's get interactive here for a moment. I invite you to go back to the Q&A and maybe just put in there, if you are comfortable to do so, one action that you think you can take to improve psych health and safety at your workplace. What do you think? Maybe a moment to think. A couple of responses. Yes, so help share local resources to colleagues. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. Ask people how they think it's going. That's a very, what's the word I want to say? It's so simple, but it's so effective, right? Just asking people, just having a genuine conversation. Hey, how you doing? Especially if you notice something that might be off with the individual, something that's unusual. How's it going today? Right? Just engage in that conversation. To be an example, to discuss openly about maintaining mental health, yes, and especially for leaders to show that vulnerability to speak openly about mental health is very valuable for their staff. Show kindness and simply realize there may be more going on than we know. Yes, absolutely. And understand that everyone's trauma experiences and triggers vary. Not all trauma is tied to something they have visually seen. Absolutely. Thank you for sharing those comments. Appreciate that very much. So here is what we would call our call to action. So we would encourage you to be inquisitive. So we recognize psych health and safety really is a relatively new topic. It's a new way of thinking about safety in the workplace. So we encourage you to ask lots of questions and seek answers to those questions. Be informed. So you learn what's already available through your place of employment. So you may not be aware of things that are actually already in place. So maybe reach out to your HR professional. There are amazing external resources that are available, web pages. One of my favorites is called Workplace Strategies for Mental Health. All kinds of amazing free resources that are specifically targeted for workplace psych health and safety. and be involved. So I really like this quote from John F. Kennedy. It says, "One person can make a difference, and everyone should try." So no matter who you are, every one of us, we have the opportunity to be an example, to walk the talk of psych health and safety in our workplace. So I would encourage everyone, look for opportunities to become better educated about mental health, what it means to be trauma informed, so that we're in a position to support each other in the workplace. And we talked earlier about shifting a culture. It's very difficult to shift a culture. It takes time. It doesn't happen overnight, but it starts with people. It starts with individuals starting to make that change and recognizing that this is important. So that is our call to action for to leave you with today. So other than that, I just want to thank you very much for spending time with us today. Our emails are up there on the screen if you would like to reach out to us with any questions. It's there, but we have some time here to field some questions. So we're happy to do that. So I'll turn that over to you folks, and we'll see what we can do in terms of answering some of the questions that you might have.
And Matt, I'll just jump in. I just added a link to WorkSafe NB's website and specifically our consultation page. So if there are workplaces out there who would like to learn more, they can also go to that page, read a little bit more about some of the things that we're doing, and then reach out to us through our online forum as well.
Great, I can see that there in the chat. Okay.
Your audio is not coming through there, Nicole.
Is it coming?
I think we just heard you.
Hi, sorry about
Hi,
that.
there you
There you
go.
are.
So sorry about that. I just wanted to say thank you so much to Angela and Melanie and Matt for that presentation. That was incredibly interesting. I was really surprised and intrigued and when you said, okay, we're going to start looking at, these trauma exposed workplaces, and then realizing, of course, that there are portions of your own workplace that are trauma exposed, and using access to those employees as a way to start that research. That was really smart and resourceful, I think, to do. And I'm really excited about the resources that you're putting forward. I know I'll certainly be checking them out. I'm going to start with the first question we have that's popped up here. How does WorkSafe New Brunswick's framework and interventions integrate anti-racism and intersectionality into psychological safety?
I don't know who wants to take this one, but I can jump in first and just say, wow, that's a great question. And as Matt referenced, we'll be looking at the CSA Z1003 standard for guidance and direction on that. So I don't know, Matt and Mel, if you have more that you'd like to add to that one, but.
I would say we're aware of the issue, but I'm going to be completely upfront and honest with everyone. We're still work in progress, and we're as questions come, which are good, and it's good that we're here today to get these questions. It's just a task for us to answer that question in a more comprehensive and explanatory way. So thank you for the question. We are, like I said, a work in progress, and we use the standard to guide us with answers. So we will definitely be following up with that for sure.
And I imagine a piece of the work around working through the standards and accessing or looking into what resources are available in other jurisdictions, what other provinces are doing, will give you access to see, okay, is there any other province or any other jurisdiction that's actively looking at how to bring anti-racism and intersectionality into this work, and how can we, instead of recreating that wheel, how can we integrate that into our work? And if not, how do we become the people that are pioneering or sort of pushing forward in that regard? So I have a question here. It says, you mentioned the CSA Z 1003 standard. I learned in my facilitator training for the working mind about the national standard of Canada for psychological health and safety in the workplace. Is that the same thing?
Yes, it's one and the same standard.
So another question says, if you are a very small organization, no HR department, limited funding, but potentially trauma-exposed workers, what do you think are some of the easiest, most affordable, most impactful tools that a small office can put in place to help psychological health and safety? That might be a big one. And maybe those are the kinds of workplaces that should reach out for these kinds of consultation services.
Yeah, that's
No,
a big one for sure.
no, absolutely. But I mean, it starts with just talking to your team. Have a conversation about what's going on. They know they're going to tell you if they feel safe and they feel like they can trust you. And just asking that question as a leader goes a long way with your employees. So it's about addressing what's going on. So if you're feeling like it, or you're hearing that your staff might not be happy, or there's something going on, have a team meeting, sit down and take down some ideas. There's no harm in doing that. It doesn't matter what size your organization is. If you've got employees and you're a leader, it's your job to make sure that they're coming to work feeling safe, both physically and mentally.
I think I would add to that too. We know from some of the research that's out there on we didn't touch a lot on return on investment today. I think Melanie touched on it briefly, but we do know that some of the biggest bang for your buck in terms of returns of enhancing psychological health and safety comes to mental health training, right? So getting everybody talking the same language around mental health, understanding the issues. There's all kinds of great mental health awareness training programs out there. Like, so for example, somebody mentioned Working Mind from Mental Health Commission of Canada. There's Mental Health First Aid. Those are really good. And we also know too, big bang for buck is training on mental health, trauma-informed leadership for leaders. Can't emphasize enough the importance of that in creating a supportive environment for a workplace.
Thank you so much. And that's great. I especially appreciate the reference to specific trainings, the specific resources. I think those will be really helpful for our attendees. Another question really about culture change around nonprofits is, when you are working in nonprofits where maybe there's no HR department, there's often limited staff, a stoic culture, a commitment to doing things as they've always been done, which I certainly think applies in some for-profit environments as well. I think that it speaks to the difficulty of changing cultures. Is there specific trainings or resources that can help break through these traditions?
I think similar to what Melanie and Matt have said previously, it's a conversation. And it's also an opportunity to invite our team members in to just raise awareness about the importance of psych health and safety, right? And then what does that actually translate to? What does it look like in a respectful workplace? Also talk about, even though our legislation is not specific yet for workplaces in the province, it's coming, right? So other jurisdictions across Canada are looking at it now. We've started to take a look at it. So just because our Occupational Health and Safety Act and regulations do not specifically say the word psychological health and safety, it does not preclude it, right? So we need to start to think broader, and it certainly is a concept that we need to be considering because legislation will be coming soon.
Thank you. There's a really straightforward question here. So the health and safety consultation is a free service for employers through WorkSafe, correct?
Yes, it is.
And I mean, I just think this is incredible. I know, you say, Angela, that the legislation or the regulations at this point might not use the term psychological health and safety, but in so many ways, that's what's being discussed, as I mentioned at the beginning of this presentation, in my work around harassment and sexual harassment investigations, which do sort of flow from the WorkSafe regulations around workplace violence and harassment. There is so often that reality of the psychological health impact, and they're not necessarily, a different angle. That's not necessarily trauma exposed workplaces, but I think this is such an incredible piece of work because it sounds like a large chunk of this work is the tip of the iceberg. You've sort of started at the tip of the iceberg, and there's so much more for you to do.
Absolutely right. Yeah, we do have that specific regulation around code of practice to prevent harassment in the workplace. We have requirements there around preventing violence in the workplace and identifying the hazards that could lead to that, right? So there are some specific pieces there. If you think more broadly around our regulations and that speak to requiring a health and safety program, traditionally we've thought about the prevention of physical injuries, but that no longer precludes psychological health and safety, like and
Mhm.
the traumatic psychological injuries, right? So if you look at what's required in a full health and safety program, let's just add psychological to the beginning of that, right? Let's start to take a look at what are some of the hazards in the workplace that could contribute to a traumatic psychological injury, and let's put those mitigation efforts in there up front to start preventing these from happening. So yeah.
I can't agree more. I know I very distinctly remember going to the WorkSafe conference in 2019. So the conference right before the pandemic hit and everything kind of was wonky for a few years and we weren't all meeting. And I went because the harassment regulations were coming into force. And it was so funny for me as someone who's worked in workplace conflict management, which is really a very psychological health and safety specific kind of space. To be in a conference where a large portion of the pieces that were being discussed were, ear health, like what noises are too loud? How do you make sure that people aren't getting repetitive strain injuries? How are you handling back injuries? It was very interesting to be sort of stepping into a context that is so distinctly been physical for so long and acknowledging the real psychological reality of that. So we have a really interesting question here. If you're not a manager, how do you promote psychological health and safety at work for yourself and others? Is there anything you can do?
That's a good question. And so I would say, and we do this with organizations, is to find someone, a champion. So if you want to be a champion in your organization and look at ways to help your team, there's again all kinds of resources out there on how to um, talk about mental health in a safe way, training. You can go to your manager with information, right, and say, look, maybe this person's busy and there's no time, but I'd like to be a champion for my team, and if you're feeling that way, you're probably the one that everyone's talking to anyway about what's going on at work. So be that champion and get informed. Reach out to WorkSafe New Brunswick. We have a website up and coming with all kinds of tools and all kinds of resources. You can always reach out to us again with questions via email. We can help with that. We can direct you on how to become that person for your workplace. I
And
don't
I
know if
would just,
Matt or
yeah, that's great, Mel. I would just add to that, if you have a joint health and safety committee at your workplace, I'm sure that you'll find some like-minded individuals around that table, and that group is consisting of, your employee reps and your employer reps. So that's a great way to start that conversation as well.
And I would just add, you can like become familiar with those 13 psychosocial factors in the CSA Z 1003 standard. So there's websites. We didn't go into any detail today whatsoever, but you can look it up. You can get descriptions of what those are and how you can improve those. What are the actions that you can take? So even if you're not in a leadership or a management position, there are things that every one of us can do, whether we're an employee or an employer, to improve the psych health and safety of our workplaces.
And that standard is free to download too, right, Matt?
Yep, that's correct.
Thank you. The next question is, what accountability mechanism do you recommend or are being built into the framework to ensure workplaces actively address concerns that are raised, rather than treating psychological safety as a voluntary practice?
So if I understand the question, they want to know, once the workplace builds their framework and their psych health and safety program, how do they make sure that they stick with it, that they roll it out?
I would wonder if what the question, yes, partially, I would wonder if what the question is if an employee chooses to be a champion, or they're bringing forward concerns, or they're trying to raise concerns with an employer, and the employer is ignoring those concerns, or the employer is sort of paying lip service to them coming forward, but then not actively encouraging or making change. Does WorkSafe have any kind of accountability mechanism that they're looking at as they move forward with adding psychological health and safety to their framework?
Okay, so I think that's referring more to the abilities that we have under legislation, the Occupational Health and Safety Act and the regulations. And so, as we discussed earlier, I mean, there are specific regulations around preventing harassment and violence in the workplace that do require codes of practice that have to be acted on. Those are elements of a full psych health and safety program. But as I mentioned earlier, the rest of the act and the regs are sort of silent on psych health and safety right now. I mean, a good first step might be for us to actually define psychological health and safety and get that in there. And then as we start to revise some elements of health and safety program, looking at that through the lens of psychological health and safety, that might be the next step. So right now, I mean, we are just taking a look at the general, the act that says take every reasonable precaution, right? And that can include psych health and safety.
It sounds like from the place you're at now in your work, it's, as I said earlier, it's such a large iceberg, this reality of psychological health and safety. And so you're sort of taking one bite at a time, to mix my metaphors. And so that maybe isn't a bite that you've moved into yet. That's not a portion that's come forward yet. But even, even when we look at what kind of teeth the regulations have around things like harassment prevention and resolution, or harassment prevention and investigation, those implementation pieces, the follow-up pieces, the teeth pieces are difficult. And so it sounds like there's lots of work you guys are still have on your to-do list.
Absolutely. As Mel said, we're really just getting things started, right? Lots more to come.
I think the conversation is so vital and important. And I think you've identified so many really great resources. I want to thank you so much for coming and presenting to us. As I said, I know I've written down a list of things I'm going to check out after the presentation that you've all named. You've put your emails here on the screen, so you're encouraging folks to email their questions to you. Is that correct?
Yes, absolutely. And they can also go to the link that will link them to our
Yes.
consultation page. And there's a form. So if you'd like to have us come and talk with your workplace about all of this, then just please fill out the form and send it our way.
Thank you so much. I've just taken access. I've just made sure I've copy and pasted that link myself because I'm so intrigued by these services. Um, I want to thank you so much for coming to present, Angela, Matt, Melanie. It's been so great. WorkSafe has always been such a wonderful collaborator on Respectful Workplace Week with us, but it's often been the folks coming from the compensation side or the investigation side. So it's exciting to have new faces and to have you come present on this exciting new work that you're doing on psychological health and safety. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you.
I am excited to present our third session of the day. So our third session of the day is occupational therapy in the workplace. And our presenter is Allison Heighton Lamb. Allison is an occupational therapist with over a decade of experience specializing in adult physical and psychological rehabilitation. She has over 10 years working with the injured workers of New Brunswick, including in the Workers' Rehabilitation Center, where she supported recovery, functional restoration, and return to work programs. In her current role as occupational therapist and allied health business partner at WorkSafe New Brunswick, Allie oversees healthcare service contracts, develops best practice standards, and leads initiatives to improve access to quality rehabilitation across the province. She is dedicated to evidence-based practice and advancing the role of occupational therapy in helping workers rebuild capacity and return to meaningful employment. So welcome, Allison. Allie, thank you very much for coming this afternoon, and I'm going to hand the mic over to you.
Thank you for the very kind introduction. I'm really excited to be here. So as Nicole mentioned, I work for WorkSafe New Brunswick. My current role has me overseeing contracts for occupational therapists and allied health workers. as well as for doing best practice and setting those standards for the injured workers of New Brunswick to receive services. So I'm here to talk today about occupational therapy in the workplace. Like Nicole already gave me the lovely introduction, I'm Allison Heitenlam. I also go by Ali Heitenlam. It really doesn't bother me if you call me Ali or Allison, whatever seems to roll off the tongue easier for you. And I am the OT and Allied Health Business Partner for WorkSafe New Brunswick. I am going to review a few different things today in the presentation. So first, I'll give a very general overview of WorkSafe New Brunswick and our role in rehabilitation of injured workers. I believe you had some of my coworkers present earlier today, possibly from the prevention side. So I kind of focus on the after an injury side of things. And then we'll dive into what is occupational therapy, how occupational therapists can help in the workplace, some things occupational therapists can do around injury prevention, some things we do around rehabilitation and returning to work after an injury. And I'm going to do my best to try and speak slowly because I know this is being simultaneously translated. If I do get going a little too quick, feel free to give me a little nudge to slow down again. So I'm going to bear that in mind as best I can. So I am, working for WorkSafe. I've worked for WorkSafe the majority of my career as an occupational therapist. So this is very much the lens that I bring to my work. WorkSafe is the Crown Corporation that manages all WorkSafe health and safety and injuries in the workplace. So these stats are from 2023, but they're fairly similar for 2025. We have about 15,641 registered employers, and that translates into just over 30,000 distinct workplaces and almost 400,000 full-time equivalent workers. So that would be the equivalent to having full-time people in the workplace, each individual. Our values and mission all align with caring for New Brunswickers and their safety. That is our be all end all. We really treat each worker, employer, and claim and inspection with the utmost care. Every situation is unique and every situation deserves the same level of respect and care. We recognize that the work we do is very important and the people we do it for are very important. So we help injured workers on the job safely recover. That is sort of the be all end all of the post-injury side of WorkSafe. The prevention side of WorkSafe's entire role is to help make employers the safest, employers make workplaces the safest they can be. And we really strive for exceptional care. So our vision is making New Brunswick the safest place to work. And I'm really proud of the work we've done, especially in the last few years. We've seen historically low injury rates, which has allowed us to also provide better benefits to injured workers. We've recently increased to a 90% benefit, up from 85%. And we've been able to provide reimbursement to employers of New Brunswick. So at WorkSafe, we like to think we're on a bit of a roll, and we really hope we can keep it that way. And we're striving to keep it that way. Our mission is to help New Brunswick thrive through an effective continuum of safety and care. So we recognize that keeping someone safe starts from before they even enter a workplace and continues on until after they've had an injury and have to return to work. Our values of accountability, collaboration, and trust inform all of the commitments you see to the side here. So our commitment to service excellence. We provide service to both the employers and the employees of New Brunswick, and we want to ensure that the services we provide are of the best quality to both those groups. We promote early and safe return to work. We recognize that work is healthy, work is important. As adults, we all need to have productive work in our lives. And after an injury, the sooner we can get back safely to that, the better. With that in mind, we focus on what a worker can do, not what they can't do. And you'll see how in the little bit here in my presentation, how well that plays into occupational therapy and why occupational therapists have such a big role in workplaces in New Brunswick. So it's good for workers to be at work. It's also good for employers. Having someone out of work is a cost to an employer. So maintaining that employee retention is very important. And then we want to work with partners like you so that we can support workers and employers in these very overarching and high level goals to really, again, make New Brunswick the safest place to work. So what is an occupational therapist? I fully recognize that many people won't have worked with an occupational therapist before, won't have been treated by an occupational therapist before. I kind of like to say that OTs are healthcare's best kept secret. You may have heard the words before, you may not have even heard the term occupational therapist before. So we're going to dive in a little bit to what is an occupational therapist so that everyone has a little bit of an understanding of that. So occupational therapy is a regulated health professional. So we have to, current standards in Canada are for a master's degree. There are practicing occupational therapists with bachelor's degrees. They made that switch about 15 to 20 years ago, where the standard was master's and grandfathered in anybody who was already working as an occupational therapist. But the current standard is a master's degree. That's a master's of science in occupational therapy. There is a national certifying exam that you must pass. And then there's a national regulatory body, the Canadian Association of Occupational Therapy, and that requires annual membership. In New Brunswick, we also have a New Brunswick Association of Occupational Therapy that you must be registered with to provide services within New Brunswick. So we are quite a regulated profession. Occupational therapy overall helps people of all ages and abilities overcome physical, cognitive, or psychological challenges. So we work in a very wide variety of settings with a wide variety of clientele. One misconception that comes up is the word occupation in occupational therapy. So I know, and it particularly comes up in my line of work because I do work in job-based, workplace-based rehabilitation. But when we're talking about occupational therapy as a whole, the term occupation doesn't mean a job. It literally refers to anything that occupies a person's time and provides meaning. So that can be looking after themselves, looking after their households, that can be socializing, participating in sport, participating in volunteering, anything that uses someone's time and provides meaning to them is what we call an occupation in occupational therapy. So it does get a little confusing when you happen to work in workplace-based occupational therapy, but just to clear that up. Occupational therapists overall, like I said, work in a wide variety of settings with a very wide variety of populations. We work in hospitals, private clinics, schools, long-term care facilities, workplaces, industrial sites, inpatient care facilities. The list really does go on. Anywhere that someone has to overcome an illness, injury, or disability, you will find occupational therapists as part of that team. We believe that participating in occupations is healing and fosters growth and independence. So again, in this term, we consider occupation to be any activity that provides meaning. So to allow someone to participate in a meaningful activity is part of healing or recovery for someone. We focus on function over fixation. So we look at what someone can do, what they need to be able to do, and how to bridge that gap regardless of diagnosis. So we are well versed in clinical diagnoses, be it physical health, mental health, developmental diagnoses, etc., particularly within the pseudo-specialized realm that we work in. So we always take the diagnosis into consideration. That gives us valuable information about the different struggles someone may be facing, the different types of treatment they may be undergoing. But at the end of the day, I want to know, what are you able to do right now? What do you need to be able to do? And what is getting in your way? So we are going to take into consideration the physical abilities of someone, the cognitive abilities of someone, the emotional or psychological abilities of someone. but we're also going to be looking at environmental and social contexts and how those interact. So we might look at someone and say, okay, you have a weakness in a certain muscle that we need to improve your strength for doing this specific task. But we're also going to look at the task and say, well, is there a way we can change that task to allow you to start doing it earlier or better or sooner? So it's not just about the person, it's also about the environment that that person has to exist in. And I like to say occupational therapy is where equity meets ability. So as occupational therapists, we believe that everybody has the right to a meaningful life. And in order to facilitate that right, it means that we need to meet them where they're at and help them overcome barriers. We're kind of like professional problem solvers, think outside the boxers. If you have a complicated situation that someone's unable to do what they need to do, and you need someone to put a bit of a different lens on it, chances are pretty good an occupational therapist can help you with that. So specifically, how do OTs help in the workplace? There's a few different sort of subtitles here, and we're going to go through each one individually on its own as well. So the first one is prevention. As occupational therapists, we can provide a variety of different assessments and tools to help prevent injury and increase productivity. So whether it's looking at changing something about a task, the environment, changing how the person is doing something, we have a variety of different tools we can use in that regards. After an injury, there's of course rehabilitation. So OTs work in a variety of settings, providing rehabilitation services to workers who are injured in the workplace. I'm going to put a little asterisk here now because you're going to hear me refer a lot to workers, workplaces, which is of course very relevant for our talk today. But just remember that this also goes for people who have personal injuries or personal illnesses, personal diagnoses. So most of what I'm talking about, you can also consider it for someone who wasn't necessarily injured in the workplace, but needs some help doing their work more, capably or efficiently, or with a little bit more support. So because I'm WorkSafe New Brunswick, I'm always thinking about injuries in the workplace, but just also bear in mind, there's also the lens of, they may be it may be someone with a pre-existing condition. It may be somebody who is injured in their personal life. You can still use OTs for that as well. So the next area is return to work planning. This is a large volume of what occupational therapists do in workplaces. So we help support workers and employers on helping a worker reintegrate after an injury. We can also do similar things if a worker has been off for a personal illness or a personal injury as well. And then functional limitations. So we can perform a type of assessment to determine a worker's functional capacity, and we'll get into that in a little bit more detail. The last one there, you'll see I have an asterisk beside it because we're not going to really get into it today, but you'll notice you may see a lot of OT tags on disability management signatures if you have any disability managers you're interacting with, or if you have any working for your organizations. Many OTs work as disability managers for different industries and employers. It's a good fit for our skill set. So they're not necessarily working clinically, so we're not going to go over that piece of it today. But just to be aware that you'll also see OTs working in the disability management world quite a bit. Injury prevention. So this is sort of the first one of those subheadings that we'll dive into a little bit deeper. So there are different prevention services an OT can provide, and they would be job site analyses, risk factor analyses, ergonomic assessment, and a variety of different education services. So what is a job site analysis? You'll also hear it often referred to as a JSA. Like most healthcare, we love a good acronym. So if you ever hear JSA and it's coming from a rehabilitation person, it's probably job site analysis. This is when an occupational therapist will come on a job site to look at a specific job, and they are going to bring equipment with them. They're going to have scales, tape measures, sometimes they'll have a walking measure, etc. because the idea of a job site analysis is to do a deep dive into what the job demands of that specific job at that specific site are. So they're going to measure basically everything a worker doing that job does in the run of a typical workday. They're going to weigh different things that that person has to handle. They're going to measure different distances they have to move. They're going to measure heights of different equipment they have to use, etc. I mean, the list is quite exhaustive. Really just think about anything that person has to do with their physical body at work. An occupational therapist is going to measure it and document it. Once that assessment is done, jobs get classified at an overall physical demand level. So those will be sedentary, light, medium, heavy, or very heavy. The demand level is based on a combination of the weighted handling demands of the job and the positional tolerances of the job. So positional tolerances are a little bit more complicated. They affect things, but by and large, we can kind of break these down by weighted handling demands. So sedentary is the person doesn't have to lift, carry, push, or pull anything heavier than 10 pounds. Light would be 10 to 20 pounds. Medium would be 20 to 50 pounds. Heavy would be 50 to 100 pounds. And very heavy would be in that 100-pound plus category. If you get a job site analysis completed, you will get an in-depth report that breaks down all of the job demands so you know exactly what a worker needs to be capable of doing to do a job. It will also look at different environmental factors, so any exposure risks that someone may have. And in current sort of a developing area of occupational therapy is also to look at psychological factors. So they will also look at, are there any psychological risk factors? This is a bit of a developing area. It's not as well established as physical job site analysis, but it is coming and up and coming, and I think we'll be seeing more of it in the future. This is also very helpful to have when someone is returning to work after an injury, because it can be tricky to get someone back to work if there's no clear idea of what that person actually needs to do. And you would be surprised at how many details of job demands someone sort of forgets about when they're off work for a while. So it can be handy to have for that as well. A risk factor analysis. Kind of says it in the title. It is an analysis that looks at the different risks associated with a job. So similar to a job site analysis, it's going to look at specific job demands and looking at them specifically to identify whether there are any risks at completing those job demands. It's most often used to identify physical injury risks. So a lot of the time it's used for repetitive movements. An example would be, I've seen them done in, like I saw one done up in a fish plant, and the person had to fit fish over back and forth all day, every day. And they ended up with carpal tunnel syndrome. So then part of that claim was saying, well, does this make sense? Does this injury make sense with this job? And they requested a risk factor analysis of the job. And needless to say, it turned out, yes, it does make sense. So they can help identify any injury risks. They're used a lot to determine whether an injury aligns with a mechanism of injury. They're also used preventatively. So they'll look at repetitive movements, awkward positioning, whether there's a need to lift and twist or twist around against resistance, and then any need for any sudden jerks or impacts. Based off a risk factor analysis, the OT can then make recommendations to reduce a risk. So if we go back to that fish plant example, one of the recommendations that was made was that you should have workers cycle through different stations in the plant, because although they all involve some form of repetitive movement, the movements are different enough that it can help reduce strain on specific muscle groups or specific joints. So cross-training and moving people through a rotation was one of the recommendations that came out of that risk factor analysis. And again, a growing area of practice is identifying psychological risk factors. And you're going to find a theme throughout my presentation that the growing psychological injuries in workplaces is creating a growing need for occupational therapists who work in that realm. So it is a huge growing area of practice that you're going to likely be seeing more and more of in coming years. So for risk factor analysis for psychological risk factors, they're going to be looking at things as, is there a risk of trauma exposure? And what is the organizational response put in place if there is trauma exposure? Ergonomic assessments. So these, a lot of people have had these done before, even if they don't really realize it. There also are ergonomists who also do ergonomic assessments. So it's a very similar role, but it's a small part of what the OT does. But OTs, of course, can do an ergonomic assessment. So an OT will come in and look at the physical setup of a workstation, identify any of those injury risk areas, and make specific recommendations to reduce those risks. Ergo assessments, by and large, are worker specific because we are going to be looking at the worker's abilities and characteristics as part of the assessment. We're going to look at their height, their reach, their weight, all of these different factors, and how a workstation should be set up for one person versus a different person can be very different. If you think about, someone who's 5'2" and then and they have to share a workstation with someone who is 6'5". The height of the desk, the height of the chair, the layout of the equipment, their physical reach with their arms, all of that is incredibly different. So ergo assessments typically are worker specific. We also often think about them as computer station, office desks, etc., but they're also relevant for more industrial settings. So we can also look at someone's workstation in an industrial setting and make recommendations about how that workstation could be set up differently for that person. Or we might recommend equipment as well as part of an ergonomic assessment. So in an office setting, that's often a good height adjustable and size adjustable chair, a sit stand desk, a footrest, keyboard trays, height adjustable monitors, etc., etc. In an industrial setting, a lot of the times we're looking at things like anti-slip mats, anti-fatigue mats, reachers, or putting in place different ways of keeping equipment closer to the body versus further away from the body. I've done them in dentist's office. I've done them all over the place. So again, occupational therapists, you can think of us as the out of the box problem solvers. Give us a problem and we will find a solution for it. And then injury prevention education services. So it is very common for an occupational therapist to go on a work site and either individually or in a group provide education services on some of these topics. So body mechanics and safe lifting, basically how to use your body safely in the environment that you're in. Providing education on ergonomics, and that's often done at the higher level with managers, where here's why you need an assessment when you have a new hire, etc. Repetitive strain injury prevention, stress management and resilience, so teaching stress management techniques. We can provide education services on trauma-informed workplaces. Energy conservation principles is a really big one. And then cognitive and executive function support. So that's looking at things like if you have somebody in your workplace who does, or you yourself in your work, struggle with memory, focus, problem solving, decision making, etc. If you're very distractible, all those types of things, there's actually a lot of tools and techniques you can use to help with that. And then we can also provide education on inclusive work practices. We have such a broad scope, and different OTs sort of have different areas of practice they like to work in. But in New Brunswick, we have the ability to provide all of these education services in workplaces. So now we're going to jump in, that sort of wraps up prevention, and we're going to jump into rehabilitation. So we provide functional rehabilitation services after a work injury. Again, tag work injury, personal illness. This is just the lens I use. In a few different ways in different settings. So we may provide them in clinic, and that would look like work hardening or conditioning, job simulation, education. We provide services at home. So we'd look at activities of daily living and assessment and treatment. And we provide psychological intervention. And this is kind of the realm that I have most of my recent clinical experience in, and it's kind of my baby right now. So behavior activation, exposure therapy, assertiveness training, psychoeducation, occupational therapists, as per our charter, are allowed to use elements of psychotherapy in our interventions. And you'll find a lot of occupational therapists who are working in psychological services with a focus on the doing part of recovering from psychological illness or injury. So what does intervention look like in clinic? So work hardening or conditioning programs. So this is when we look at someone's job duties and we gradually increase their performance to get closer and closer to those job duties. It might be gradually increasing the weight someone is push, pull, lift, carrying, increasing the amount of time they're spending on their feet, if they've had an ankle or knee injury. It's typically done in collaboration with physiotherapy. So most work conditioning, or the sort of old terminology was work hardening, more updated is work conditioning. But most work conditioning programs are run out of physiotherapy clinics. So it's oftentimes a physiotherapist, an occupational therapist, kinesiologist kind of all working together. Occupational therapists are really great at job simulation. So with job simulation, we are trying to mimic someone's specific job duties, particularly ones that they are struggling with. We may reach out to employers to ask for, hey, have you got any spare equipment laying around that we could keep in clinic to help them simulate this? Or we may think outside the box. I'm going back to my fish plant example. I literally made a fake fish out of a wood plank that we duct taped bean bags onto and weighed it out so that it was the exact weight of the standard catch that they had to be able to handle. So really it's about thinking outside the box and simulating someone's job as close as possible to make sure that when they get into the workplace, they are ready for that. And then you're going to see a running theme through this presentation, education. So we provide a ton of education to our clients. We look at pain physiology and management. Diagnostic confusion is a big one. It's really hard to feel safe using your body when you don't understand what's happening with it. Of course, body mechanics and ergonomics, energy conservation, the list really does go on. So we would do that in clinic as part of the greater program that someone is following. And then at home care. So oftentimes someone who is having difficulties at work is also having difficulties at home. So we would look at an assessment specifically aimed at someone's activities of daily living. Those are the activities that we all have to do to look after ourselves every single day. Eating, showering, using the bathroom, getting dressed, making food, etc. So anything you have to do to keep your physical body healthy and functioning is an activity of daily living. So we assess how they're making out with those. It may result in recommendations for adaptive equipment. Hey, you've had a wrist injury, you're having to do things one-handed, let's get you an adaptive cutting board so that you can continue making food for yourself and your family. We also do home care safety assessments and home modifications. In WorkSafe's world, we only look at home modifications for severe prolonged injuries and home care needs for either post-surgery or severe prolonged injury. But every referral source has different, rules and regulations and policies, and OTs are well versed in kind of making sure they're adhering to whatever that referral source's policy is. So we would look at, are they safe to be in their home? Are there modifications that need to be made to the home? If someone's had a very severe injury and have lost some of their mobility, we may need to look at things like putting a ramp in so they can access the home. We may need to look at a raised toilet seat so that they can safely use the washroom independently. So all of those different factors that can help someone live safely and independently. Psychological injuries, I'll get on my soapbox again, this is a growing area of practice. So like I said before, we can use elements of psychotherapy in our practice. Specifically, you will see occupational therapists use a lot of behavior activation. You may have heard of programs like Action Over Inertia, Progressive Goal Attainment Program. Really, it's about helping someone break cycles of depression or depression-like symptoms and get them up and get them going again. When you have a mental health concern, it's really hard to break through inertia, and this type of treatment is very much aimed at that. For trauma treatment, we are able to do graded exposure where we help them address their trauma triggers. We are also able to do cognitive assessments, which we'll talk a little bit towards the end when we talk about assessments. But we can do cognitive assessments and provide intervention and workplace adaptations. And then again, education, education, education. So we can look at sleep hygiene, goal setting, energy conservation, stress management, mindfulness, self-regulation strategies. So really the focus for OTs in psychotherapy is helping someone become independent in looking after themselves and helping them re-engage with their life. So we are all about the doing. What can someone be doing and how do we help them do? And then returning to work, which is sort of the bread and butter for a lot of OTs who work in workplace settings. We facilitate return to work programs after an injury or illness. So this is, most OTs who work in workplace settings will be incredibly well versed at doing this. We collaborate with the employer, the worker, and the other healthcare providers to provide recommendations for modified duties and hours, and then supervise the return to work plan, making changes as needed, ensuring things are staying on track, and providing that support to both the worker and the employer when necessary. So you may hear things referred to like gradual return to work programs or modified return to work programs. The terminology varies a little bit depending on specific industry, but by and large, it means meeting someone where they're at, getting them into the workplace as early and safe as possible for whatever duties they can do and hours they can do, and then gradually increasing that until they are fully back reintegrated into work. Part of that may include some of the other stuff we've already spoken about. So the ergonomics, the body mechanics, and the symptom management education can be integrated into a return to work program. So why do we have such a push for early and safe return to work? And what it comes down to is every day matters. We know that work is healthy. So there's substantial evidence to support the positive link between work and overall health, physical, mental, and social. Absence from work contributes to declining health, slower recovery times, and longer duration of disability. So you'll see this graph on the bottom that shows the likelihood of return to work, and that is ever returning to work, versus the number of weeks someone has been out of work due to disability. And this is all cause disability. So this would include sickness and personal injury. The point we often make is at 12 weeks out of work, we've got a 50-50 shot at getting that person back to work ever. This is why early and safe return to work is so very important, because time is of the essence. It is essential. The longer the worker's off work due to injury, the less likely they are to ever return. This creates significant hardships for that injured worker. Like we just talked about, work is healthy. Being out of work long-term creates financial hardships. It's also associated with significant health risk factor outcomes. The longer someone is out of work, the more their actual all-cause mortality increases. So it is essential for healthy adults to be productive, be that paid work or volunteered work, right? But we really need people to remain in the workplace for their own well-being. It's also bad for the employer when a worker is out of work, right? All-cause absenteeism in 2012 cost the Canadian economy $16.6 billion. With an average of about $150 to $200 economic impact per day of off worker. And then there's so those are the, pretty stark economic figures. There's also the idea of you have to replace that person, right? It costs money and time and lost productivity to find someone, go through the hiring process, train that person up. They have to get some experience under the belt to get good at the job. Not to mention that if you have someone who has to leave work for an illness or injury and can never come back, that's not great for morale for the workers, their co-workers, right, who are remaining at work. Turning to work is essential, and every day someone is off work matters. So the last thing we'll kind of do a bit of a deep dive into before I welcome any questions you may have are functional capacity evaluations. So they're also known as work capacity evaluations. You'll see those terms used interchangeably. And because healthcare loves abbreviations, you'll also see them as FCE or WCE. So these are when an OT completes an in-depth assessment of a worker's functional abilities, and it can be physical or cognitive. It can also be job specific or general. So a job specific functional capacity evaluation, the OT is going to assess a worker's abilities specific to their work duties and injury. So let's take lifting for an example. So let's say low level lifting from the floor to the waist. If a worker needs to only do 20 pounds of that, that is where that assessment will stop. It'll say 20 pounds, task completed. Even though that worker could very well lift 80 pounds, we're not going to assess them past the reported job demand for a job specific capacity evaluation. The other side is the general capacity evaluation. That's when we want to know what this person can do in general. And then they're just going to test them to their limits and report their limits. So all physical or all cognitive job demands will be taken to their limits, regardless of what that person's previous job required them to do. So the result is a highly detailed report that gives a very clear description of what a worker can do and cannot do on a functional basis. It also will speak to how reliable those results are. So part of the assessment is testing the worker's reliability and effort given during the assessment. What it will not speak to is the cause of any limitations. As an occupational therapist, we are not certified to diagnose. So we cannot say the worker was only able to lift 20 pounds because of their degenerative disc disease in their back. We can just say the worker was only able to lift 20 pounds. The end point was due to pain, or the end point was due to body biomechanical failure or biomechanical breakdown. So we will not be able to tell you the why, but we can tell you what they can and cannot do. Some OTs will bridge into consistent with as sort of a way to give a little bit of an idea of what the underlying cause may be, but realistically, really what we can tell you is what they can do, what they can't do, and how reliable do we think those results are. Okay. I tagged some resources here at the end. So the first two are actually ergonomic guidelines published by WorkSafe. So the first one's manual handling. So that would be your body mechanics and suggestions for more industrial type sites. The second one is computer station ergonomics. The New Brunswick Association of Occupational Therapists, so that is our regulatory body in New Brunswick, and it maintains a list of all active occupational therapists in New Brunswick. It also has contact information for private practices in New Brunswick. I've also linked WorkSafe New Brunswick's Working to Well document. It is a very well put together in-depth guide that can help you preventatively plan for preventing injuries, and it gives a ton of tips and resources for returning someone to work after an injury or illness. And then I've also linked WorkSafe New Brunswick traumatic psychological injury resources. So knowing that this is a growing area that we're seeing in the province, we have put out some resources specific for traumatic psychological injuries. And that brings us to the end of the presentation. At this point, I've left, I think, just under 10 minutes. So if anybody has any questions, if you want anything clarified, I'm happy to field any of that at this point.
Thank you so much for your presentation, Ali. It was really interesting, and certainly I know for myself, occupational therapy is not a field I was particularly familiar with. So I feel like it's been really eye-opening for me to understand the field better and just to understand the way that it relates to the workplaces that we're dealing with.
Yeah, like I said, we're healthcare's best kept secret, in my opinion.
So a question that I have as I've been listening to you is, as psychological injuries are becoming more prevalent in your field, what are the sorts of things that would lead a psychological injury to come across your desk?
So for WorkSafe, we base our definition of trauma off the DSM-4. So that's like the diagnostic manual for mental illness. And it basically says it has to be exposure direct to or threatened to death, serious injury, or sexual assault. It also has the inclusion of or repetitive exposure secondarily. So that would be things like, think of, say, a coroner who has to read the details of violent death over and over and over again as part of their role. By and large, our population that we see for psychological injuries, first responders. So that is really, I don't know the exact stats, I haven't looked at them in a while, but I'd say upwards of 90%. That includes corrections. So we do include corrections as a first responder, which is technically in the first responder, you know, definition sometimes, but for us, we very much do. So what would land them across my desk? For WorkSafe, I actually just finished creating brand new OT, psychological injury services. We attach an occupational therapist to every single person who is out of work for psychological injury. So the occupational therapist will look at early and safe return to work when possible. We have a program called Restore that looks at those ADLs, getting someone back on track in their day-to-day life. And then we do a lot of graded exposure. So that is exposing somebody basically to their triggers in a safe way to desensitize them to it until they're able to be exposed to those triggers with a limited anxiety reaction. So we use occupational therapists extensively for psychological injuries. Yeah, everybody who has a psych injury claim who is out of work because of it will have an OT assigned.
I can certainly think, a large portion of our audience comes from GNB. And as you said, even some people who wouldn't necessarily be considered first responders, but are exposed. I think of social workers in the Department of Social Development. I think of,
Yep.
the lawyers operating as Crown prosecutors, people who are dealing constantly with, even the stenographers who are dealing, or any of those court service employees, who are dealing with the information from files related to serious assaults or sexual assaults or any of those things. Very interesting. So when you have someone who's off work, is there a team around them that is essentially their return to work team and their OT is a portion, sort of a member of that team?
Yes. So everyone for WorkSafe, again, this is, WorkSafe specific, they get
Of course.
assigned to a case manager. So the case manager is responsible to kind of oversee their access to services. They make the decisions on the file, etc. And I worked for a year as a case manager before I got this job. So they have a case manager, and the case manager is there to a huge part of their job is facilitating services. So depending on what that person needs, we have a set of specific programs available that align with that person's needs. So if it's a physical injury, pretty much everyone's going to get some form of physiotherapy. We have some specific physiotherapy programs that are, say, shoulder injuries, back injuries, etc. We have
things that are most common.
And that require specific education so that we're ensuring best practice. Yeah. So we do a lot of specialized programming to ensure we're adhering to best practice standards. So that's kind of a large part of my role now in my current job. So everyone will have a case manager, and then everyone will have 1, 2, 3+ healthcare professionals, depending on what their needs are. And then, of course, the employer. So when it comes time to return to work, we, of course, involve the employer to ensure that there is collaboration with everybody to get that person safely returned.
Absolutely. We have a question here from the audience. So someone has said, if I don't have a family doctor and my back is hurting and I spend 8 hours every day in front of a computer at work, is it possible to request an ergonomic assessment from WorkSafe?
You can request it so first off, OTs are able to direct bill as well. So you don't necessarily need a referral from a family doctor if it's covered in your personal health care. You can reach out to your personal health care, Blue Cross, Sun Life, whoever, and see if you have occupational therapy coverage. And if you do, you don't need a family doctor referral. You can just go to an occupational therapist. If it's WorkSafe, if it's due to work, first thing you want to do is report it to your employer. And if you have a joint health and safety committee, report it to your joint health and safety committee so that they can make note of the concern. And then absolutely your employer, until there's an injury, it wouldn't be a claim. But if your employer would like preventative services, then they can bring an OT in who can complete an ergonomic assessment to ensure that your workstation is set up properly for you.
So the preventative services that are accessible, it's not simply resources. There's also, I know you spoke about individuals coming in and doing assessments and those sorts of things.
Mm-hmm. So it would depend on, it wouldn't be able to be through WorkSafe if there's no open claim. If there's
Oh,
an
okay.
open claim, then absolutely you can.
Mhm.
Prior to there being an open claim, then you're better served by just asking your employer to bring somebody in. Preventatively, it's a good move for employers. Or again, if you have personal health care coverage, you can
Mhm.
absolutely access an OT through your personal health care.
I would imagine that it's probably quicker, as you said, to go through those mechanisms because WorkSafe would be so busy.
Yes.
Fair enough. Fair
Yes.
enough. We had one comment here that came earlier in your presentation, someone who was praising OTs and saying that they had ergonomic assessments, were dealing with chronic pain and distraction during their work that was inhibiting their work, and that it had issues had been missed and overlooked in those ergonomic assessments until an OT came
Mm,
in and did it. So that was nice
yeah.
praise.
Yeah, thank you. Like I said, I think we're professional problem solvers. So if you have an outside the box problem that you need help with, feel free to shoot it to an OT because we'll give it our best crack at solving the problem. That's for sure.
Well, and it sounds like there's a real breadth of your scope of practice is quite wide.
It is very wide. Yeah, absolutely.
I have another question here from the audience. In preventative services, is WorkSafe doing anything to prevent airborne pathogen transmission in workplaces, clean air, maskings, etc.? This has been top of mind since COVID began and has significantly impacted the number of employees getting sick and needing time off.
I'm not sure on that one. So I work collaboratively with the prevention side of WorkSafe. It's actually a different division of WorkSafe, but I'm not up to date on that one. So I'm not able to speak on it. The best I can say is that we do review policies and directives on a regular basis. So everything gets reviewed regularly. Everything is up for debate regularly. And we do post anytime a policy is being reviewed, we do post publicly so that stakeholders are able to have their say and are able to speak to if they have concerns. So, for example, the hearing loss policy was just up for review, and anybody is able to go on and give some feedback on that before the policy gets finalized.
So if a policy is being reviewed under WorkSafe or regulations are being reviewed or what have you, is it that public consultations are sort of solicited or that's just available and open to consultation through your website?
It's through the website. So it'll show whatever policies are open to stakeholder engagement. And it's literally just like a click through, and it's a
Absolutely.
written forum that you can provide any feedback that you'd like to have considered.
Yeah, so if anyone has any particular policies, I know I obviously by nature of my work spend my time thinking about and talking about and dealing with WorkSafe's workplace harassment policy.
Mm,
Because I'm a mediator and a harassment investigator in my professional life. So that would be something that if I ever want to be sort of part of the conversation, I would keep an eye on. So maybe airborne pathogen sort of policies is something that this poster could keep an eye on if they're interested
exactly.
in engaging in that conversation.
Yep, the policy section of the website is kept completely up to date with what policies are being reviewed and which ones are open for feedback.
Yeah. I hadn't realized as you were talking, I had not realized I am sometimes brought in to return to work processes. As I said, so you and I haven't met outside of this. I say that because some of the WorkSafe folks I have met because I do so much work around the
Of
harassment
course.
stuff. So I am a conflict management practitioner. I'm a consultant. I get brought in to do mediations, harassment investigations, workplace assessments, that sort of thing.
Sure.
And am sometimes brought in related to return to work processes when the employer determines that a part of what is deterring that person from wanting to come to back work is some sort of workplace conflict or allegations of workplace harassment. Then someone like me might get brought in. I had not realized that the stats indicate that the longer someone is away, the less likely they are to come back to work, not just to that particular employer slash position, but ever.
Yeah. Yeah, so there's a number of studies out there. That one was ACOM 2005. There was Funchal et al. 2005. There was a Canadian one done in 2012. And I mean, the percentages vary slightly, the timelines vary slightly depending on what population's being looked at. But the overarching result is always the same. The longer someone is off work, the less likely they are to ever come back to work. And it's the stats for the health ramifications of someone being out of work long term are also startling. They're quite shocking. So it's not just that we want people to go back to work because we're a big bad work safe and go back to work. It's working is healthy and important for people to maintain their overall well-being. They need to be engaged, right?
Yeah, I appreciated what you said in that portion of the presentation when you mentioned that it could be paid work or volunteer work, because it really sounds like the whole point of that is that it's not about needing to replug that person into sort of the system of work, but it's about needing that person, any of those individuals who are off work, finding value in having a purpose.
Exactly. So I always like to use the example of what do we do in Canada to the worst offenders in the entire country? We stick them in a box where they don't get to choose what they do or when they do it or how they do it. We take away their ability to engage in life. That is our worst punishment in Canada. When you are injured to the point of being unable to work, chances are you're unable to do a lot of other things in your life too. Kind of like being in jail, right? You can't do what you need to do and want to do in any realm of your life. That is not a great situation to be in. That feels awful. So really, as an occupational therapist, doing is healing. It is providing that person sense of purpose, their sense of accomplishment. It's providing their ability to engage in their life back to them.
Their sense of autonomy.
Yeah. And it gets a little complicated with WorkSafe because we have responsibilities to the employers as well, right? So would I love if I could just have every injured worker and say, just go do what fills your heart and we'll just keep paying you forever. Absolutely, I would love that. That's not reality of the system. And we have to work within the confines of the system and we have to be responsible to the employers as well. So there is a balance there, but by and large, getting back to work, even if it's a job you don't love, it's better than doing nothing and sitting at home. It is better for your health and well-being to be actively engaged. Yeah. I see a question here. Are there any broad ideas from occupational therapy that people should be trying to build into their regular working lives or things you wish everybody did as a prevention measure? Move your body. Move your body, move your body, move your body, move your body. Like movement, get up, get moving, take breaks, move your body, go for a walk, do a workout, move your body. If there is one thing that is preventative medicine, it is movement. So move your body. If there's one thing that you want to do to improve, like working into your regular working lives, move your body. Go for a walk at lunchtime. Take 5-minute movement breaks at your coffee break. Do some stretching. Do a little core activation. Just move your body. It is good for your physical health. It is good for your mental health. It's just good. Movement is good.
Yeah, that makes me think of two things. Firstly, if you want to continue to be able to do things, you should be doing things now.
Use it or lose it.
Yeah, and secondly, it sounds like as you're describing the ways you can incorporate more movement into your day, it's not just those workplaces that have high lift requirements or high movement requirements that are harmful for people, that many of us who are working in front of our computers, as someone mentioned earlier, that is itself, that sedentary nature of our jobs is also actually bad for our bodies.
Yeah, one of
Or can
the
be.
biggest populations for low back injuries is truck drivers because
Of
they sit
course.
for so long, hours and hours and hours a day, which deconditions their core. And then when they do have to go strap their load, one big tug with a core that's, if their bodies are cold, their core is deconditioned, back injury. Yeah. So move your body.
Well, I think that's a great recommendation to end the presentation on. Ali, thank you so much for coming and presenting to us this afternoon. This has been really interesting. The more we expand the topic of conversation around respectful workplaces, the more we're able to bring in ideas and topics, things that we might not think off the top of our head is about respect in the workplace, but having a workplace that pays attention to your that pays attention to making sure that you aren't experiencing injury, or that when you have experienced injury, or even before then, bringing in preventative services from an OT is certainly something that I'm sure employees would allow employees to feel valued by their workplace.
Absolutely. Everybody has the right to work safely, right? So that's
Thank
what it's
you.
all about.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Ali. We are going to move right into our final presentation for the afternoon. This is again a new topic for Respectful Workplace Week. I'm so excited for this presentation. We have a presentation from 2 till 1:30, so slightly longer than the rest of the presentations today. Sorry, 2 to 3:30. Time goes forward, not backward. We have a presentation on supporting neurodivergent employees at work. And we have two presenters here with us for this presentation. Soph Melitz works in public service as a program. Oh, I'm just going to grab. I'm actually just going to get Matt or Angela to mute Angela. Yes, there. Sorry, there was just some background noise that was blowing in our ears. Sorry, I will restart. So Soph Melitz works in public service as a program coordinator, supporting individuals facing barriers to employment. They also design and deliver training on disability competence and inclusive workplace practices. With a Bachelor of Science from the University of New Brunswick, Soph has researched youth help-seeking intentions, queer youth milestone development, and healthcare accessibility. Passionate about community-based research and advocacy, Soph is dedicated to driving systemic change and fostering inclusive environments for all. So welcome, Soph. And our second presenter this afternoon is Angela Black. Angela is a community practitioner and social change maker. After 15 years working as a professional artist and business owner in the arts and culture sector, Angela entered public service to continue to the growth of her work in the areas of inclusion, diversity, and equity, inclusion, diversity, equity, and accessibility. Knowing rapid and tangible change could be made at this level of government for the equity denied communities she works with and belongs to, Angela jumped at and was given an employment opportunity that has allowed her to create access to meaningful employment on a larger scale. Angela is currently manager of the Equal Employment Opportunities Program for the Government of New Brunswick. The Equal Employment Opportunities Program exists to remove barriers to employment and to provide support to all levels of government in the areas of inclusion, diversity, equity, and accessibility. I want to welcome both of you this afternoon. I'm so excited for this presentation. I'm going to mute myself and let you take it away.
All right.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you, Nicole. I'm going to get my screen shared here. There we go. And that should be good. There. Okay, thank you for that, Nicole. I guess we have a bit of an intro, Soph. Even though we were so well introduced, if you want to go,
I was
ahead.
waiting, and then I realized I'm supposed to say who I am first. But
No
yes,
problem.
I was in a daze from the wonderful introduction from Nicole. So yes, hi everyone, and welcome. I'm so glad that you could be here today and tune in to the last presentation of the day. I'm really excited to share the information that we have with you. As Nicole mentioned, my name is Soph, my pronouns are they, them, and I'm a program coordinator with the Equal Employment Opportunity Program, or also known as the EEO program.
Awesome. My name is Angela, and my pronouns are she, her. I am the program manager of Equal Employment Opportunity Program, as was also introduced, and an inclusion and accessibility consultant. Today's session is on supporting neurodivergent employees at work. This 1-hour session is designed to provide a general overview of neurodiversity in the workplace by introducing key concepts and terms and sharing information on how to make the workplace more inclusive and accessible. During our session, I encourage you to ask questions using the chat or Q&A function. At the end, we'll have some time for discussion too, if you would prefer to keep your questions until the end. Also, knowing that you've probably been doing back-to-back meetings, feel free to cameras off, jump around, do some jumping jacks, take a break if you need it. Us neurodivergent folks absolutely need that. Okay. So, we would like to start by introducing the Equal Employment Opportunity Program. Our program helps create a public service that is diverse, inclusive, and reflects the people of New Brunswick. The EO program works to remove barriers, things that make it harder for someone to get a job or succeed at work. We provide support to equity denied groups, which are groups of people who often face unfair treatment or fewer opportunities. For EEO, these groups include Indigenous people, people with disabilities, including neurodivergent individuals, and members of visible minority groups. We also use universal design, which means planning jobs, workplaces, and tools so they work for as many people as possible. Right now, right from the start. This approach helps improve employee engagement, satisfaction, and retention across the organization. Now let's move on to our learning objectives for today. Okay, so today we're going to talk about how we can better support neurodivergent employees at work. First, we'll define what neurodiversity and neurodivergent mean. Next, we'll talk about some common barriers that neurodivergent people might face in the workplace. We'll look at what makes these barriers a challenge and what they might look like every day. We'll also discuss how ableism can affect neurodivergent employees. Then, we'll explore practical ways to remove some of these barriers. Our goal is to find steps everyone can take to make work more inclusive. Finally, we'll share some helpful resources for employees and people leaders. These tools can help you learn more, find support, and build a workplace that truly includes everybody. By the end of the session, you should understand the basics of neurodiversity, recognize some key barriers, and leave with concrete ideas to help build a more welcoming and accessible workplace for all. So before we really dive in, we're going to use the chat function for this. I'm wondering, how comfortable do you all feel talking about neurodiversity in the workplace? Whether you feel very comfortable, not at all, or somewhere in between, your answers will help us understand where we are as a group and where we might need to grow. I suppose you could use the numbers 1 to 5, or you maybe could even use your own form of communication, but we're just kind of curious about where everybody is at um, with understanding neurodiversity in the workplace. Hmm. Is anybody interested out there in
We've got some folks putting some numbers into the Q&A boxes for you.
Q&A? Perfect. Okay.
Okay, yeah.
I'm
Let's
not
see.
sure.
5, 3, 3, 2.
5, 3, 3, 2.
4,
Okay.
4. Oh my gosh, some 4s and 5s. Amazing. Wow. Okay. People are feeling pretty good. That's awesome. Okay, Louise 5 with the winky face. From Louise Tardif.
I
So
love
yes,
that.
I know that you're a 5. Amazing. Oh, I love this. This is so great. Thank you.
4s and 5s. Oh, we've got a 5 exclamation smiley face. Okay, we've got some confidence out there. I love that. 3 or 2,
Mm-hmm.
comfortable with the subject matter, but not necessarily safe. Okay, for job security. Yeah, okay, that is valid. Okay, cool. All right, thank you for sharing. It's great to see so many responses. I think we got about 22 of them. Does that say? Yeah, okay, cool. Awesome. All right, let's move on. All right, so
Okay.
if you're up.
Amazing. Okay, so I'm glad I'm glad we're feeling pretty comfortable, and I hope that we can, add to your learning today as well. Let's start with some important terms that will help us understand what these words mean in the workplace. So, starting with neurodiversity. Just like people have different hair colors or heights, our minds work in different ways. This diversity includes all the ways that people think, learn, and process information. The term neurodivergent describes someone whose brain functions in a way that is different from what society describes as typical, in quotations, or normal, in quotations. The opposite of neurodivergent is neurotypical. This means someone whose thinking and processing match what society expects as typical. And although many of these words sound similar, the differences between them is important. And making sure we're using the right terms when we are talking about this subject helps keep our language accurate and respectful. So let's test our knowledge with this little quick activity. On the side, there are going to be some examples. And I'd like you to think about these examples and share in the chat which you think are examples of neurodivergence. So, the first option, A, autism and ADHD. B, dyslexia and learning disorders. C, borderline personality disorder, or the acronym BPD. D, someone who hears voices but doesn't have a formal diagnosis. Or E, complex post-traumatic stress disorder, or CPTSD. You can use the Q&A function again. Which do you think are examples of neurodivergence?
We've got one coming in. We've got A. We've got all. We've got all. A to D. All. Another all. Thank you for all your responses, everybody.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, this is great. Oh, cool. All are neurodivergence. Some of you caught on. This is a little bit of a trick question, I suppose. The answer is all of them. Every single one of these is an example of neurodivergence. And like I said, a little bit of a trick question here. And just thinking about your knowledge about neurodivergence, reflecting, would you have thought that all of these examples were examples of neurodivergence at first glance? There might be some other examples that come to mind as you think about your knowledge of neurodiversity, but those experiences might not be as obvious. So, neurodivergence can be something that you are born with, like autism, or it can be something you acquire later in life, like a brain injury. And it's not something that's rare. It's estimated that about 15 to 20% of the population is neurodivergent. On the screen, there is an umbrella graphic that shows some examples of neurodivergence. As you can see, there's a lot of terms under this umbrella, including ADHD, bipolar, OCD, tic disorders, sensory processing, dyscalculia, Down syndrome, and more. A common misconception is that neurodivergence, or the neurodivergent label, is only for autistic people or ADHDers. This is not true. Neurodivergence is complicated, and the examples of neurodivergence range from experiences like PTSD and generalized anxiety to dyslexia and synesthesia, and also it includes autism and ADHD. Neurodivergence isn't something that you get diagnosed with, and it is not something you have like a medical condition. We know that the word neurodiversity comes from the idea that human brains work in many different ways. Some people are diagnosed with things like ADHD or autism, but neurodivergence itself isn't a disorder. It's an identity and a way of describing how someone experiences and processes the world. The medical system often frames differences as problems to be treated, but the neurodiversity perspective really looks at them as natural variations in human brains. And when we talk about neurodivergence, there isn't just one correct way to describe it. Some people use identity first language. So they might say, I'm autistic. That shows that neurodivergence is a part of who they are, not something separate. Others might use person first language. For example, I'm a person with autism. That puts the person before the condition. Neither way is wrong, or no one way is better than the other. The most important thing is to follow the lead of the person you're talking about or talking with. And if you don't know, you can ask in respectful ways. How would you prefer me to say it, or how do you like me to say it? For group settings or written materials, and why we wanted to include this slide in this presentation, it helps to explain that people can use both. That way everyone understands that there's different perspectives and that it's not about rules, it's not about rules, but about respect. Okay, perfect. This is where we get into a little bit about spiky profiles. Neurodivergence sometimes is described as a spectrum. I've seen it, described as a spectrum, as a wheel, and these sorts of ways of looking at it can give the impression that some people might be more or less neurodivergent. I like to think of it as a spiky profile instead. This means that people might have areas where they are really strong, where they shine, and areas where the environment isn't a great fit and things aren't as smooth, and support could make a difference. For example, someone might have really strong visual imagination skills, but finds certain sensory environments overwhelming. It's also important, I put a note here about intersectionality. Neurodivergence doesn't exist in isolation. Other parts of someone's identity, like culture, language, gender, or disability, shape how they experience the world. So, two people with the same diagnosis or two neurodivergent people may have very different day to day experiences. The key takeaway here is that everyone's profile looks different, and the differences themselves aren't the problem. It's the barriers that come from systems and environments that aren't designed with this variety and this knowledge in mind.
Yay, barriers. Okay, so let's talk about barriers. We just talked about spiky profiles, how people can have areas of strength and areas where the environment doesn't fit as well. This is where barriers come in. A barrier isn't about a person's ability. It's something in the environment, systems, or attitudes that prevent someone from fully taking part. The New Brunswick Accessibility Act lists 6 types of barriers: physical, architectural or structural, information or communication, attitudinal, technological, and policy or practice. Barriers can be obvious, like a building without an accessible entrance, but they can also be less visible, like policies that assume everyone processes information the same way, or attitudes that make people feel they don't belong. For neurodivergent employees, these barriers can have a big impact, and many of them are things we might not even notice until we pause to think about them. Okay. I love examples. So, and I like unconventional examples. So here we go. Let's go over some potential barriers neurodivergent people might face at work. You might notice that many of these barriers can be addressed with simple adjustments. So physical barriers are things are such as like fluorescent lights, loud background noise, cluttered spaces. These can make it difficult for people to concentrate or feel comfortable. Architectural barriers. Some examples would be come from a place how the place is designed. So if there are only open concept areas and no quiet rooms, people don't have a place to step away and recharge. Adding a quiet space or flexible break area can help remove this barrier. Another is communication barriers, which are very common. Actually, as an aside, in most of the work that I do supporting, whether it's managers or directors who are trying to identify a barrier, and we also have employees coming, and most of the files I work on have to do with communication barriers. So these can look like jargon-filled emails, instructions given only out loud and or too quickly, or shared in a format that does not jive with the employee or the manager, maybe two different project management styles. um, Task lists in an email that becomes like a long email thread where things get missed and lost. Different communication styles can also lead to barriers. So, for example, some people like very detailed written instructions, while others understand better when things are explained step by step out loud. If a workplace doesn't account for these differences, it can lead to misunderstandings. Okay, let's move on. So, attitudinal barriers, one of my favorite and most difficult to address. Show up when assumptions get made. If someone communicates in a direct way, clear and to the point without extra small talk, it can sometimes be misread as rude, even though that's their respectful style. Expecting eye contact or chit chat as a sign of respect is another example. This connects to cross neurotype communication. Different barriers use different styles. Some people speak plainly, others use hints or indirect language. Problems happen when only one style is seen as right. The fix is to say what you mean, check understanding, and avoid judging respect based on tone or body language. Okay, moving on to technology. So, technological barriers are when the tools we use aren't designed inclusively. So, small fonts, cluttered layouts, flashing images, or missing captions shut people out, and those are just a very few examples. Um, and lastly, policies and practices. These also create barriers. A strict 9 to 5 schedule with no flexibility, meetings without agendas or summaries, social events that seem optional but really aren't, especially if they're after hours in noisy venues or in places people can't access. And then there are unwritten professional norms, like knowing who to copy on an email, how quickly to respond, or dressing a certain way when no dress code is written. People are judged on these things even though they were never told. The key takeaway is that most of these barriers can be fixed if someone wouldn't need to guess hidden rules to succeed. That's a barrier worth removing. Okay, so let's look at a scenario together. Jordan is often behind on filing out monthly reports. The reporting software doesn't work smoothly with their assistive technology, and no training was provided to help them figure out how to use it effectively. Jordan feels overwhelmed and unable to manage their time effectively. In their performance review, Jordan's manager points out that they are behind on filing out reports from the last 6 months. Their manager tells them they just need to try to focus a bit more. What kinds of barriers do you think Jordan is facing? Remember the 6 different types. We have physical, architectural or structural, information or communication, attitudinal, technological, and the last policy or practice. So you can again share your thoughts in the Q&A, I guess, and we'll give you a little bit of time to identify what type of barrier, and if you'd like to embellish a bit, that's fine too. It's the end of the day, so people are maybe tired. Anybody out there? Technological and maybe communication, technological policy and communication. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. I'll give them a little bit more time. Training, yeah. So also there was a comment at 2:22 by an anonymous attendee. I just don't want to lose it. We can circle back to it. It's about like ergonomics, like cubicles and the physical. In particular at GMB. So I just want to
Okay, we'll circle
maybe
back
even in
to
yeah.
that.
How to make it all work together. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I think we've gotten enough feedback. We can move on. All right. So Jordan is facing three main types of barriers here. Technology barriers. So, for example, software systems that don't work well with their assistive technology, and the interaction of your assistive technology with your built in software. It's two different things. The next would be policy and practice barriers. So, like when there's no training or guidance provided, so Jordan doesn't know how to use the tools or follow the process effectively. And then lastly, we have some attitudinal barriers. So, assumptions, stereotypes, or biases from colleagues and leadership that make things harder. This is not about needing to focus a bit more. So, we'll come back shortly to talk about solutions, but first, it's important to understand the different ways barriers can show up in the workplace. Okay, so when these barriers pile up day after day, year after year, it can have a big impact. Even if someone is highly skilled and motivated, constantly navigating an environment that doesn't meet their needs means they're using extra energy just to get through the basics. And over time, that extra effort can lead to burnout. Neurodivergent people experience burnout at a much higher rate than neurotypical people. Things like sensory overload, stress, barriers to support, an increase in demands, or sudden changes can all contribute to burnout. Some common signs of burnout to watch for are difficulty controlling emotions or behavior, feeling very tired or exhausted, and changes in how sensitive someone is to sensory inputs. Communication can become harder, and tasks that need planning or organizing may be more difficult. A person may also avoid demands more and find self care tasks like eating or getting dressed much harder. For many neurodivergent people, burnout isn't a one time experience. They may go through repeated burnout cycles. This means they experience burnout, recover a little, but then face the same stresses again and burnout once more. This cycle can be very exhausting and overwhelming because recovery can take longer each time. It's important to recognize these signs early and respond with understanding and support. Burnout for neurodivergent people is more than just tiredness. It's a serious response to stress that needs attention and care to help them recover and thrive. Creating supportive environments and reducing the need to mask can help prevent repeated burnout in the workplace.
All right. I also want to address the question from an anonymous attendee at 2:27. What are some steps that invested leaders can take to start to transform GMB culture over time to be more inclusive of neurodiverse people? And we will get to that because we will answer your question as we go through the slides. We've got lots of things that you can do and start to change right away as soon as you leave this meeting. Before we get there, we need to touch on ableism. When we see neurodivergent employees burning out or facing multiple barriers in the workplace, it's often not because of the work itself. A big part of the problem is how the workplace is set up and the attitudes that shape those systems. This is where ableism comes in. Ableism is when people with disabilities, including neurodivergent people, are treated unfairly or seen as less capable than people without disabilities. It's not always intentional, but it's built into a lot of workplace practices and a lot of those attitudes too. Common ableist beliefs can sound like they just need to focus more, they're not trying hard enough, or everyone else has to deal with noise and distractions, so they should too. Or we've never had these issues with other employees in this role. Or if we give them extra time or flexibility, that's unfair to others. Or maybe even if they don't make eye contact or chat at breaks, they're being rude and unprofessional. Unfortunately, ableism isn't always loud or obvious. Like I said, it can be built into our everyday assumptions about how people should work, communicate, and problem solve. And these assumptions create barriers without us even realizing it. When we take a step back to think differently about removing barriers, we start to see that the solutions we put in place for neurodivergent employees can often make the work better for everyone. This is the concept of universal design, and one of the things we try to focus on here at EEO. Universal design means designing our workplaces, tools, and processes so they work for the widest range of people right from the start. A great example of how this looks in real life would be the curb cut. These small ramps were first made so wheelchair users could move easily from the street to the sidewalk. But curb cuts don't just help wheelchair users, they also help parents pushing strollers, or travelers that have rolling luggage, or workers who are using carts, even people with bikes or scooters. In the same way, workplace changes that make things easier for neurodivergent employees can often end up making the workplace better for everyone. And before we get into solutions, I just wanted to touch on accessibility and human rights as well. While we go over these best practices, they're not only nice to have, but accessibility is grounded in law. Human rights and accessibility legislation in New Brunswick provides a framework for creating workplaces where everyone can participate fully. In New Brunswick, workers have the right to a workplace free from discrimination and harassment. This includes the duty to accommodate, which means that employers must make reasonable adjustments to support employees with disabilities. And once again, that includes neurodivergent employees. If you're a people leader, it's important to know that these rights exist and to take them seriously. If you're looking for more detailed information or guidance or questions about specific situations, there are some really excellent resources available through the Human Rights Commission of New Brunswick. They have some really great plain language guides that I am not someone who knows very much about legal work and the legal jargon, but those plain language guides made it easier for me to understand my rights as an employee. And so they're a really great resource for all of you too. So knowing that the laws sort of in the background of all of this is just our starting point. We're going to talk about how we can go beyond compliance to take that next step to make our workplaces accessible, inclusive, and supportive for everyone. Okay, so to create a truly accessible and inclusive workplace, we need to shift how we think and how we do things. It's not just about tolerating differences, but about celebrating them and giving employees real choices. We also need to move from fixing individuals to creating systems that work for everyone. These aren't just abstract ideas, they're practical ways that we can help neurodivergent employees do their best work. On this slide, we're going to focus on 4 main areas on how we can support neurodivergent employees. The first is flexibility, which means offering different ways to work, learn, and meet expectations. Second is clear communication. Third is listening to employees' needs. And fourth is continuous learning, which means learning about neurodiversity, accessibility, and inclusive practices so we can keep moving. Think of these different sections, I guess, kind of as a roadmap. And over the next couple of slides, we'll explore each of these areas in a little bit more detail and share some practical strategies that you can start using right away. Okay, so let's start with flexibility. This is one of the most practical ways to support neurodivergent employees. And I like to think about flexibility in 3 different areas: when people work, where they work, and how they work. When it comes down to when people do their work, allowing adjustable start and end times or allowing flex hours can make a big difference. Not everyone strives or thrives on the traditional 9 to 5 schedule. Letting people work when they're most focused and energized can really help. You might also think about allowing shorter breaks during the day to reset or recharge. Where people work also matters. Some employees do their best work remotely, like myself. I work most of the time remotely. Others might prefer a hybrid model where they can do both, or some might prefer in office, in a closed office with a door, or maybe someone prefers an open environment where they can chat with their colleagues. Even small adjustments, like maybe moving someone's desk to a quieter spot further away from the break room, or giving someone access to a quiet space, or letting someone use noise canceling headphones can reduce these distractions and sensory overload and offer different options about where people do the work. How people do the work is the third piece. Some employees might benefit from assistive technology, whether that's specific software or hardware. Others might do better working alongside someone as a body double to stay on task. We do a lot of that in our team at EEO. Or some people might prefer to work independently. Sensory tools like fidget items or stress balls or calming objects can also help. Even giving employees different ways to show results, like written updates instead of verbal, can make a big difference. The key with flexibility in the workplace isn't about giving someone special treatment, but about providing choice so employees can work in ways that help them succeed the best. And I'll pass things back to Angela.
Okay, so next let's talk about another one of my favorite things, communication. So the goal of clear communication is simple. Make information accessible, understandable, and actionable for everyone. When communication is clear, employees know what's expected, can plan their work, and feel confident participating. One of the easiest things you can do is use plain language. Keep sentences short and clear. Use everyday words and avoid jargon or overly technical terms. Lists are great because they organize information and make it easier to follow. Try using bullet points or a numbered list in your next email where you give instructions. Offer information in different formats. People take in information in different ways, so give written guides, visual aids like diagrams or short videos. Checklists and standard operating procedures can also help clarify steps and expectations. Think about change management too. Changes at work can be stressful, so give advance notice when you can. Explain why the change is happening and allow some extra time for people to adjust. Make space for questions and feedback so everyone feels included and supported. Give updates as much as is possible on progress. By using plain language, multiple formats, and thoughtful change management, we give employees clear instructions and the tools they need to succeed, which reduces confusion and stress. Okay, so next, let's focus on listening to individual employee needs. And I'm constantly going back to this. We learn all these tools and all of these approaches and strategies, but you cannot underestimate getting to know your direct report. And that's coming from a management standpoint. This will benefit you as well as an employee with colleagues, even with family members, but in particular for managers, because we need to deliver on aspects of the role. And it is our job as managers and as leaders to adapt to the different styles of our employees. So let's focus on listening to individual employee needs. Everyone's situation is unique. So the best way to support employees is to ask directly and create space for them to share what works best for them. And remember, sometimes we don't know what we don't know. So the more managers can work on finding ways to identify barriers and have solutions to offer, we call them active offers, that as well is on us as leaders to continue to grow, to be able to identify. I think we're heading in the wrong direction when we make assumptions that other people come to us knowing what they need in the environment that we are creating for them. So start by asking. Don't assume. You can ask questions like, what would help you do your best work? Hey, maybe if there's no answers, hey, here are some things that have supported other employees or colleagues in the past. What do you think of these things? Um, Active offers are really important. Um, and I'm a repeater because we just cannot make any assumptions that folks know what they need. So, encouraging self advocacy, which means helping employees feel comfortable speaking up about their own needs and preferences. This is huge, and this is rooted in trust. So, supporting their autonomy gives them the choice and control over how they work and what supports they use. Really listen without judgment and let them guide their conversations. Check in regularly. Um, Needs can change over time. So use one on one meetings to clarify expectations and ask questions like, is there anything we should adjust based on your experience so far? I cannot stress enough how important one on ones are. And this presentation does not go over work plans and performance reviews and real work plans and performance reviews. Um, these are so critical when it comes to communication and understanding individual employees' needs and them knowing what it is that is expected of them. So check-ins can sometimes look like just conversation back and forth, but that's a space that has been created for them and you. It's private. And these are the points in time when you're really going to get those like trust building exercises in, and when you will have an employee coming to you and telling you the things that are hard to say. Um, One-on-ones can sometimes appear like, oh, we're not accomplishing much here. So they can end early. They don't, it doesn't have to be a drawn out half hour. The one-on-ones that I schedule are only 25 minutes long. And then if we need more time, we book more. But we have regular one-on-ones in our team, and we're also in constant communication with one another. But this has proven time and time again to be very effective for trust building and barrier removal. Small, consistent check ins make a big difference in making sure supports actually work. Respect confidentiality. Only share personal details with the employee's consent. You can ask, would you like me to communicate this to the team or keep it private? Respecting confidentiality builds trust and shows that you value the employee's autonomy. Active listening is an ongoing process. When employees feel heard, supported, and trusted to manage their own needs, they are more confident, engaged, and able to do their best work. Oh, just- okay. Oh, maybe everything's my favorite. So finally, the last piece of our practical strategies is about continuing your learning as a leader. I think we can get pretty comfortable. But let me tell you, the area of accessibility and inclusion is rapidly evolving, and we all had best try our very best to keep up. I am constantly learning new ways of removing barriers and maintaining access. So um, I'm here to encourage you. I think that it's not about becoming lazy. It's about just like settling into what works for us as leaders. But our employees are changing and their needs are changing. And it's just so important to be constantly learning how we can grow and do better. Okay, so this is where cultural humility comes in. Leading with cultural humility means recognizing that you will never fully understand someone else's experience, and that's okay. We're always saying, we're going to understand them once this happens, or we'll only be able to do it if we can understand. Yeah, it's very very difficult to fully understand somebody's experience, and it's a bit of a trap to think that we can. What matters is showing up, listening, and being open to learning and making adjustments along the way. Build your skills and confidence by keeping curious, asking questions, and seeking out resources to better understand neurodiversity and inclusion. Share what you learn with your team and other leaders. Passing along helpful information spreads awareness and builds understanding across the organization. And be an example through your actions. Show that different ways of thinking and working are valued. Demonstrate curiosity, openness, and respect in everyday interactions. When leaders model this behavior, it sets the tone for the entire team. Cultural humility is not a one time skill, but an ongoing practice. Including this as a regular part of how you lead helps make inclusion a natural part of your workplace culture. Your turns up.
Okay, amazing. I also was taking a look at some of the questions in the chat.
Yeah, maybe we could.
Um,
Yeah, I saw some of those too.
and I kind of want to, I've been thinking about as we've been going through the slides about the one sent at 2:35 about
Okay.
whether or not sharing a diagnosis is legally necessary for a neurodivergent employee to receive an accommodation. And the second part of that question is how would someone go about getting support without being stigmatized? And that's first of all, really great question, and also a really complex one. As as much as neurodivergent communities are moving away from this medical model and, less emphasis on a diagnosis, our workplaces, our society is very much rooted in that medical model, in that space where diagnoses and the DSM are really important and very valued. And that in of itself can be a barrier to even receiving support in the workplace, or even asking for support in the workplace. So it's a very complex question, and it depends on the workplace. It depends on whether or not the person you're asking for support is knowledgeable. Maybe they don't even know what it means to be neurodivergent. Um, versus a manager or a people leader who perhaps has a lot of knowledge and feels comfortable sharing active offers. It can really depend on the situation. And so it's a non-answer to your question, that I wish was easier to answer. But the more that we stay in spaces like this, where we're talking about active offers and we're talking about adjustments rather than accommodations, hopefully the easier it becomes for everyone, um, so that we can move forward in this
And
space.
you happen to have the service of this program if you are within GMB. And we do know that there are folks in the audience or who are participating of whom aren't, but we can provide to managers, directors, and employees support, and that starts with a one-on-one conversation that we call discovery. And I did answer the question that came in from an anonymous person about, in particular, leaders, and I did provide my email there. It's not a one size fits all, and accommodations are legal, and there needs to be conversations with individuals on how to get your needs met.
All right.
I think we're back to Jordan, are we?
Yes,
Okay.
yes. So we're back to Jordan in the perfect world where Jordan doesn't need accommodations, where Jordan can go to their manager directly, and their manager hopefully knows what's up. So yeah, remember Jordan's behind on these monthly reports because the software doesn't work well with their tech. There's no training provided, and their manager told them try and focus more. So we know that these barriers are technology related, policy or practice related, and then also attitudinal. So let's think about solutions. I want you to consider what might we do to help Jordan succeed. Take a moment to think about the different types of barriers we identified, and then what might be some practical, actionable steps you could take to address each one. You can once again share your answers in the Q&A, and I invite you to come up with some creative solutions. Maybe there's something you're thinking of that we didn't talk about, we didn't mention. I would love to hear all of your ideas.
Okay, I think we're getting some here.
Manager could ask, what could I do to support you in doing your work? Yeah, absolutely. Training in all capital letters with an exclamation point.
And taking the
Yeah.
training too, like getting curious about the interaction between the software and the assistive technology. So I make every effort to understand any assistive technology that a direct report uses, because then you're a bit ahead of the game, of understanding that assistive technology and then how it interacts with the software. So as managers, it is very helpful if we are ready and willing and able to understand the tools that our teams are using. Tech is so make or break for me. I hear you, anonymous attendee. I hear you. but technology has become very much my friend over foe, especially in the last four years working deeply in this accessibility space and becoming friends with the Neil Squire Society. Yeah. We also like to say at EEO, it's the never ending onboarding because let's be real, when we're onboarded and we go through our initial round of training, like how much of that are we realistically going to retain? I think I heard a statistic once about how much we actually retain from like degrees and like we've got to be able to go back. And with folks with learning differences, cultural difference, language barriers, um, returning to training even 3 times in my books could still be considered normal and reasonable. And allowing somebody to settle into a role, especially where there's no SOPs, very little direction, multiple types of project management and communication styles, like we're talking to get used to that type of role, like 6 months minimum. And these are me just throwing out numbers, but seeing what I've seen, in particular with managers working with neurodivergent individuals, there's some realistic expectations about how quickly somebody can communicate in your style if you aren't adapting to theirs. Yeah, just thought I'd throw that out there. I don't think we had any more responses. So
Okay,
we could.
wonderful.
Oh, wait. We've got one here. Definitely not saying try to focus more. Live in a solution space. Once trust is lost, it's hard to get back. 100%. Understanding as quickly as you possibly can as a manager, and I am a neurodivergent manager, how other people work, that is my goal because trust is definitely number one. That's when you're going to have an employee feeling safe to throw out ideas that may be like unreasonable because they know you're not going to make them feel terrible for that, or they're going to say like I'm really struggling, and then you're going to start as a manager, then you're like, okay, I'm going to try to come up with some active offers, reach out for support myself. Yeah, trust is the key, and that needs to start from the very beginning for sure. Thank you for that.
Wonderful. Okay. Oh, and Michelle says review technology and software and perhaps find something that works better. Definitely. Yes. So some of the solutions that we sort of came up with, starting with the technology side of things, we could look at providing hands-on training with the software and making sure that it actually works with their assistive tech, making sure you're testing that. You can make sure that it's set up properly, whether it's for a screen reader or voice to text. If the software is still tricky, we could even look at alternative tools or different ways of submitting the monthly reports. Maybe using this software isn't the best option. Sometimes even a simple workaround like filling out reports in a smaller chunk or using a template, like a pre-made template, might make a difference here. In the practice side of things, we could break the reporting process down into steps or a checklist. Maybe there could be more flexibility in the deadlines so Jordan can work when they're most focused. Regular check-ins with their manager to clarify expectations and offer support could also help. And it's worth giving this manager in particular a bit of training so they too can understand accessibility, assistive tech, and how neurodivergent employees might work differently and how to support them effectively. And then lastly, with the attitudinal barrier, this is how this manager is interacting with Jordan. Maybe trying some more clear, specific feedback rather than vague statements like try to focus more. Learning to create a space where Jordan can ask for help without judgment. We should also make sure that Jordan and the rest of the team knows that different working styles are expected and valued. Yeah, okay, cool. And all of these steps for Jordan are things that you could do in right away. They remove barriers, they give Jordan the tools to be more successful in their work and helps them without feeling singled out or judged. Okay, perfect. So usually we have this on Teams and people can click all these lovely links. And I'm not sure it works that same way on Zoom. Um, but if we send the presentation to you folks, will you be able to get this to folks? Because we've got some lovely resources here available to you all to support you in building inclusive teams and leading with confidence. If you're a GNB employee or someone at GNB, you can join the IDEA Network, which is a kind of like a community of practice where champions for inclusion meet and we discuss, current topics, we share learning resources, and we talk about leadership skills and inclusion skills. So you can join that. We also have lots of resources on our intranet page too. For folks not at GMB and external folks, we have a couple of really great resources here. There's a disability inclusive employer self-assessment. It takes about like 5 minutes and it can help you take a look at, where you might need to improve accessibility in the workplace as a leader. There's also a lot of really great resources from the Canadian Accessibility Network, which is CAN, and the Center of Expertise for Research on Accessibility, which is Accessibility Standards Canada. There's also CASE, which is they have a bunch of free learning and free toolkits as well for supporting employees in the work, and I highly recommend those as well. Yes, we'll make sure that you can have access to this slide and all of the links so that you can access all of the things. And with that being said, thank you for participating today and for being here. I encourage you all to reach out if you have any questions. And we've got some time now for questions too. And I hope that you continue this conversation outside of today in your teams and in your networks so that we can build a more accessible workplace for everyone. So, yeah, are there any questions, thoughts, comments? We've got, a good 20 minutes.
That was so great. So, Angela, thank you. I'm wondering, as I scroll through some of the Q&A, there was a question about cubicles at GNB.
Oh, yes.
Is that something that that the two of you feel like could speak to?
Our program can liaise to the correct place for that. DTI, Department of Transportation and Infrastructure, they would be those that would come in and work with like ergonomics. Then there's a unit, it's escaping me at this point. The physical spaces and manipulating those, we could certainly, if an EEO client or a leader was unaware of this process, we could certainly point them in the right direction.
Would that be
Not sure what the
accommodations? Probably accommodations, eh?
it depends from my experience. I mean, I had a sit stand desk put in my office space, didn't need an accommodation for that. We've had, I know that we have, like my leader has supported, like, the raising or the
Mm.
and I do not believe that in this case there was this requirement to have a formal medical accommodation filled out for it. Departments are very different. They're like considering different businesses, for example, and how they operate. So this is something we also lead with from corporate, is that we need to understand and work directly with our departmental HR because their processes are different within different departments.
And I imagine interacting with departmental HR at the beginning of those conversations will help you understand how best to approach those individual managers.
100%. It's part of our process when we have somebody reach out, regardless of who they are. We first have to identify if they know who their HR is. And we are still in a
Ah.
time and space where we need to understand if they trust their
Mm.
HR or their leader. It's okay. We can move forward regardless, but our the ideal situation would be that everybody would be involved, especially the person we're speaking about. So nothing about us without us, right? So
Mhm.
we really try to loop in the HR first, for sure.
Makes complete sense. There's 3 questions here at the bottom of the Q&A. I'll leave it to the 2 of you of which you'd like to answer.
Let's see here.
Oh, 4, we've
Can
got a
you
new one.
share some stats for the EEO program? What type of stats would you like to know? Because we love tracking and we love our stats. Um, what I can tell you is that we are hiring double the amount of designated equity group members since the evolution of this program. And I do believe it is because we are providing that one on one support. Historically, the EEO program was a one person administrative program and a subsidy program. We no longer send subsidies to departments for hiring designated equity group members. Departments are hiring them just as they would hire any other employee. But yeah, let me know which stats you want to know. Like, do you want to know how many people we've trained? Do you want to know? We love data. So, Lindsay, I'm happy to provide you with
Lindsay's
with.
typed in how many people are hired under the program and how many people seek services through the program.
So since January, we have hired, I believe the number is around 60 EEO candidates. How many people seek services? I would say it's probably in the thousands if you consider how many people we are delivering learning and development to, such as this. In some of the rooms, we have 70 people at a time. Soph leads the learning and development. So Soph could speak probably more to like specific numbers. Dimensions of diversity is in the past year, it was an 8-week training. Now it's a 6-week. We condensed it just a little bit. Um, we've reached a lot of people with that. At any given time, so my scope is not external talent. What my role is to remove and to support accessibility and barrier removal for employees, and I work with the managers and directors. So I have, when it comes to um, folks that are in discovery, so this one-on-one process, I would have at any given time about 20 to 30 people, and that would be either those that are directly facing the barrier or those who are trying to remove the barrier. So that's a lot. That's at a time. Yeah, I hope that answers your question. Any plans to try recruiting externally? Well, we are a talent acquisition program, if that's what you're speaking of, or are you looking to work on our team? I'm not sure which one. Right now, our team is not hiring anybody, but we are a talent acquisition program. So we do work mostly with external talent. That's what we were designed to do. And then when we realized, oh wait, like support, we can't, this was the main barrier and the main reason why we weren't retaining our diversity was that we were not providing supports after hiring. So absolutely, we do recruit externally, and you can maybe, so we should also send, when we send out the slides, a link to how you can become a part of the EEO program. And if you put your hand up and say, yeah, I face barriers, we can screen you into discovery. Okay, so did you want to answer one of these questions? Do you want to answer the is the yeah, go
Yeah.
ahead.
Is the government aware of how difficult / expensive it is to get a neurodivergent diagnosis in this province? I cannot speak on behalf of the entire government, but as a neurodivergent and disabled individual, it is, yes, very difficult and expensive to get any sort of diagnosis in this province, um, especially as an adult. So there are lots of barriers with that process, and barriers in that process could be a whole other conversation, a whole other presentation. So yeah, uh, I have solidarity for you, anonymous attendee, if you're going through that process or know someone who's going through that process, because it is difficult and exhausting and hard. So
And this is why we're moving away from the medical model and more towards the social model of accessibility, because what that supports is a broader basic understanding of needs that can become more universal to support all. We are very aware as a program and in talent acquisition of how difficult and expensive it is. You do not need to provide proof to become an EEO client or candidate. Hot tip. Vicky says, I really appreciate the acknowledgement that needs are changing. The medical accommodation route is so challenging and static. Yes, it is. And Lindsay is saying, thank you. Dimensions of Diversity is an excellent learning opportunity. Well, we have more available. So reach out, Lindsay. I think we covered what's in there.
there's one that we didn't talk about. It
Okay.
says, if you want to talk to your manager about your needs, what is the best / safest way to start that conversation if you don't know how they will react?
Yeah. I yeah. I think building trust is in whatever way is the most comfortable with you, asking some questions. Um, is that in the chat? Where's that question?
It
Why am I not
is,
seeing it? I like to read things over. That's part of my like to process it. It's a
it's
big
at
question.
minute 3:03, if that's
Okay, I'm
helpful.
gonna go find it. I'm gonna read it again. 303. If you want to talk to your manager about your needs, what is the best, safest way to start that conversation if you don't know how they will react? I probably would, without divulging too much information, and I would start with what I know too. If you know you need something to work optimally, and if this is a question of like, this sounds like you're not necessarily sure if you can trust the situation, it would definitely be a low stakes question like, hey, is there any flexibility in the area of whatever your concerns are? Or I maybe wouldn't even necessarily go to my manager first. I may go to some other ally that you do feel confident with. And my initial reaction was, um, contact me. But I try not to. I'm like, no, this is somebody who, they're self-advocating, they want to do this. And so I probably would start with a very basic question, and ask about historically, how have these types of things been managed, or is there any room to provide X, Y, or Z? And I may there's the classic asking for a friend. This is real, because then there's like you could feel safe and you could feel confident, but then you may be met with like misunderstanding, and we don't do that here, and then you're still kind of like put in the same position. So there are an incredible amount of resources out there that can help with communication. I always say, if you're nervous, put it in writing. Um, Communicating through writing really alleviates that anxiety and stress of like in person. And then when you're stressed, you might not forget it, or you might forget it. There's no one there to like take notes for you. And then having a trusted person, and like for any of you, even even those of you who are not in government, you can still email me, and there are resources that I could send to help you build that confidence to communicate, because this is why we often do not. And it's flipped as well. How do I talk to my employee because I don't know how they're going to react, or I'm going to say the wrong thing? I'm noticing they are facing barriers, but I don't want to hurt their feelings, or I don't know. It has everything to do with one-on-one support with the people or the agencies that you trust. Um, and I can certainly point anybody in that direction if you need some coaching with that. So, do you have anything that you might want to add to that?
Yes, I just put
Okay.
2 links into the chat of some
Okay.
really incredible resources. One is the JDAPT tool, which stands for
Mm.
Description something something. Basically, it's like a little survey that you do, that you fill out, what you do in your job, what's important, and you select, okay, I struggle with this, or I'm really good at this. And at the end of it, it will give you some ideas, some options of what might support you in the workplace. Sometimes we don't know what we need, and that is a really great tool as a starting point if you're looking for the words to describe, hey, you know, maybe struggle with time management, but I don't know what would be helpful, and you don't know what to ask your people leader for, go to the JDAP tool. They have some options. The other tool on that website is called Decide, and it is specifically, it won't tell you what to do, but it will give you pros and cons depending on your situation of whether or not whether or not should,
You could.
you could
We
disclose
try not to should on people.
whether or not you could disclose. And this again it's
Yeah.
something that a lot of neurodivergent people go through is, should I talk to my manager about this? I'm scared to mention, what if they don't understand? This is a tool that can give you the pros and cons and break it down a little bit further on deciding what to do. Um, it's a Both of these tools are really phenomenal, and they're both in English and in French.
One thing I would add that I often suggest to people when I'm doing harassment trainings, and I think works in this context as well, is, as Angela said, if you're going to try the sort of roundabout way of mentioning it, you can always say, oh, I was at this session today about neurodivergence in the workplace. So interesting. How do you handle that here? Or what's that been like in the past? Or how's that been done in the past? Or even, man, I never thought of it before. What do we do here? Because
Mhm.
you've got the in right now. They probably, if you're GNB, even if you're not GNB, even if you're from another employer, I'm assuming they know you're here today. They probably know you've come to Respectful Workplace Week, and you could say to them, well, this was this interesting training I did as part of Respectful Workplace Week today, and gauge their reaction.
Yeah. Yeah. You could be the person bringing them the like golden ticket, right? Like, oh my gosh, I just learned this amazing thing. And you're like self-advocating in disguise, but actually you're creating that social change too. Thanks for that, Nicole. That's I'm with you. We're in alignment there.
Um, And there's one last question that I see. Are you finding there are people in management positions who are either learning about their own neurodivergence or trying to figure out how to manage effectively, taking into account their own brains? Definitely. In my experience working at EEO, it's not always the employees that are going through this process, but sometimes the managers too, they start to realize, oh, what this employee is asking for actually might help me in my job, and so on and so on. And they start this process of self-discovery and of finding ways that work better with their brain alongside the employee. It's really powerful and really awesome to see that. And there are quite a few folks, at least that I've met across GMB, who are very open and willing to share their experiences. And it makes it a little bit easier as an employee. So yeah.
We
Have
do
you,
more and more. Yeah.
in sort of to leapfrog from that question, have you found that there are managers whose response to their employees' requests or to you approaching them about their um, requests, the response is, well, I had to deal with that and I dealt with it just fine. And having to delicately explain to them that that perhaps is an indication that they themselves may have some neurodivergence, that their defensiveness is coming from their own internalized ableism.
Absolutely. And I shift towards solutions. Like, we want to move away from this discomfort. We want to move away to like seeing the end goal. This isn't working, so let's try these strategies instead. It's redirecting. Um, we we do work with unwilling people, and we do have folks who really don't see the benefit of getting ahead of the inevitable. And really, I lead with that as well. Like, we do have accessibility legislation to back up any of our recommendations, and so it's not should we, it's we are going to. And do you want to be one of the leaders that gets to demonstrate this first? Yeah, these better practices, and change is inevitable. I do think that I touched on it earlier, where as we get further along in our careers, I'm relatively new to this career, um, but I do work with a lot of managers and directors who the end of their career is in sight, and to adapt and to learn new ways and the technology and the terms within the diversity space. I really just speak to it in, we're doing this now. Yeah, this is how we're doing this now. Yeah.
I find, Soph said earlier, reading someone's comment, Soph said about having solidarity with the person in that comment. And I feel like I have solidarity, Angela, with what you're saying about having to sometimes have tough love with the managers who don't want to move forward and evolve as we do. I mean, in the space I work in harassment prevention and conflict management and addressing harassment, I mean, these are also spaces where we're saying to people, the sort of way that workplaces have existed before and the kinds of behavior that's been acceptable was never really acceptable, but it's also really not acceptable now. It's legally and regulatorily prohibited now. And you either have to get on board or you'll get left behind. I either deal with them by giving them some emotional space to have the complicated feelings around change if I have time and I have the capacity to do it in that moment, or I tell them, yeah, that's how people felt about computers, in order to hopefully shock them into realizing how outdated they're
Yes.
being.
Yeah, flexibility, agility, being iterative, reflexive, are all these qualities that in talent acquisition we very much are essential qualifications to management. And I also think that is becoming more and more understood as well, and that it is on us as leaders and managers to do the adapting. If we don't want to adapt, then we do not need to be leaders of people.
It sounds,
respectfully.
oh, no, I agree. It sounds like there is a real effort within within EEO to walk the talk.
Oh, for sure. Yes. Yeah. And, we are working towards providing trainings that give tangible approaches and like really, and then you have the ability to reach out afterwards. We get a lot of knowledge in our training, but how to apply that is another level that we're very committed to. That's what makes trainings accessible, is when you can actually deliver on what you've learned. So you all need to know that this is our very first time delivering this actual presentation. So I hope we did well, and I do want to extend the all the credit to Soph, who is the leader here for learning and development. We had our interns and Bonvi on our team. We work as a team, but I felt like it went really well. Good job, Soph.
Thank you.
Well, and I want to say it certainly went great. The presentation was so interesting. I know I've said it a dozen times today, but I love that as we expand, I mean, Respectful Workplace Week, these events, these presentations, this sort of virtual conference has been going on for well over 10 years at this point. I want to say 12, but I might have my numbers wrong. It might even be more than that. And as we expand the definition of what it is to think about respectful workplaces, initially we were talking just about harassment, and we expanded to sort of include workplace conflict more broadly, and preventing workplace violence. And the broader we get, the more we talk about respecting the whole person, and finding ways of making accessibility so operationalized, so present. It just warms my heart to see it, because I think it speaks so highly to, in so many ways, preventing the kind of disrespectful workplaces that then someone like me is coming into the back end of and reacting to in investigation formats. So thank you, thank you, thank you so much, Angela and So, for this presentation. It was so great. I would have never guessed it was your first time giving it, so you did an excellent job. And thank you everybody who stayed with us until the very end of the day. We have had between 60 and 80 folks on the Zoom with us all day, and you are all troopers. I am so pleased. Thank you so much. I want to go through just a little bit of closing down for the day. So I want to thank all the presenters and all of our translators. The translators have been busily working with the presentations all day. I want to quickly review tomorrow's schedule. Tomorrow we have a very brisk half day. So it's a busy half day. We're starting at 1 with an introduction to the Human Rights Commission's guidelines on racial discrimination and its implications for workplaces. That's going to be really interesting. And then at 2 p.m., Kelly Van Buskirk, who is a longtime collaborator with Respectful Workplace Week, a longtime presenter, is going to be giving us an update on respectful work in the law. So he's going to be updating us on the big legal issues and cases from the last year that will impact us in building respectful workplaces. I am so excited for that presentation. I won't be the host tomorrow. You'll have someone else, but I will be sitting amongst you as a participant so I can watch those presentations tomorrow. I want to point out that Matt from Please has put the registration link for day 2 in the chat. If anyone hasn't registered yet for day 2 or has forgotten to, please access it there. It's a different link than what you used today. So you'll need to register for day 2 so that you can generate a new link to access the presentations tomorrow. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much to the planning team. A couple of years ago, this is the second year that Please has been entirely responsible for Respectful Workplace Week. Please took over from the committee that organized it. And the folks at Please, Matt, Amber, Michelle, all the team at Please are so dedicated to this and so thorough and incredible in the work that they do to put this together. Thank you so much to them. And I want to thank you all for attending. I'm always so impressed by the number of attendees we get. This first week of September is so busy. Everyone is just busy off their feet this first week of September, and yet we always have lovely big numbers. So thank you so much. I know even as I skim through the attendance list during the presentations, lots of you are return participants, folks whose names I've recognized year over year. So thank you again so much for that. as we sign off today, you will see a survey pop up. The survey is going to provide information to Please about what kinds of presentations, what kinds of access services that are access to Respectful Workplace Week will work best for next year. That's really valuable information to us, so please fill that out. It shouldn't take you more than 2 minutes. I know I've run through all that really quickly. I want to let you all off quickly here so everyone can enjoy the rest of their afternoon. Again, my name's Nicole Smith. I'm a longtime member of the original committee that managed and put together Respectful Workplace Week. And I'm a practitioner in this field, and I just love this stuff, and I'm so excited to have gotten to share the day with you. So thank you so much, and enjoy the rest of your afternoon.